This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Wednesday, March 26th. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. Wyoming's lone congressional representative, Harriet Hageman, told Cowboy State Daily last week she had no plans to cancel any of her town halls after a raucous forum held in Laramie last week. But escalating threats of violence have changed her plans. Hageman announced Tuesday that she's canceling in-person access to two of her upcoming town halls in Cheyenne and Torrington. Cowboy State Daily's Leah Wolfson reports that she will only host the events virtually because of, quote, Democrat threats of violence.
The Laramie one was a town hall held last week where she experienced a lot of very aggressive people in the audience screaming profanities at her and things of that nature. There wasn't any physical confrontations or anything like that they're aware of, but it was kind of a very aggressive night, yet she stayed on the stage for more than an hour and dealt with it. After that, there was a town hall held in Wheatland that was, for the most part, a pretty tame affair, but a woman who the Platte County Sheriff told me was about 60 to 70 years old tried approaching Hageman after the event and was kind of approaching in a kind of somewhat aggressive manner.
Hageman said her town halls will be conducted virtually until it seems safe to resume in-person events. The human remains found by a game warden on Sunday in rural Washakie County have been identified as those of Brianna Mitchell, who disappeared nearly 2 years ago. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that the then 28-year-old Worland woman has been missing since July 2023 after her vehicle was found stuck on a rugged two-track road in rural Washakie County.
She was driving in the backcountry in Washakie County, and it appears that her car got high-centered and she left the car and went off on foot. It's not clear if she was wearing shoes or barefoot, because they did find barefoot tracks around the car. So who knows? Perhaps she went to get help to try to get out of there. It's just not known at this point.
Mitchell was identified through dental records. She was one of 81 missing people in Wyoming dating back to 1974 who are listed on the Division of Criminal Investigation's Missing Person Database. Well, Democrats claim President Donald Trump's administration wants to dismantle Social Security. Republicans, including Wyoming's congressional delegation, say otherwise, and the war of words ramped up Tuesday in a Senate committee. Cowboy State Daily's Sean Berry reports that the latest salvos were fired as the Finance Committee held a confirmation hearing for Frank Bisignano, a longtime banking executive whom Trump has nominated to lead the Social Security Administration.
Today's hearing was not so much about him, but about Social Security and the future of this program. All three members of Wyoming's congressional delegation say there's nothing to worry about. Social Security is going to continue just as it is, and retirees can count on those monthly checks. Some in Congress think the Trump administration is trying to undercut Social Security through staffing cuts, closures of offices, and that eventually he might want to do away with the whole thing, maybe privatize it. Wyoming's three members of Congress say no, your benefits are legally protected.
Senator Barrasso said some media reports about Social Security are, quote, just plain wrong, including an Associated Press story saying the Rock Springs field office is on a list to be cut. I'll be back with more news right after this.
When it comes to building and managing your wealth, our Hilltop Bank Trust and Wealth Management team will help you determine the best route for your specific journey, utilizing our expertise and resources. Visit one of our locations in Casper, Cheyenne, or Gillette to learn more about Hilltop's financial planning, investments, and trust services. We're here to build your confidence about your financial future. Trust and wealth management products are not FDIC insured, have no bank guarantee, and may lose value.
Preparations for Yellowstone National Park's summer season are underway, and one area of Yellowstone that the park's managers and scientists are monitoring closely is Biscuit Basin. The thermal area near Old Faithful has been closed since July 23rd of last year after a massive hydrothermal explosion of Black Diamond Pool destroyed the boardwalk, scattering tourists and sending refrigerator-sized rocks hurtling through the air. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that the thermal feature has been closed ever since and will remain closed for now because it's still active and could erupt violently again.
After the hydrothermal explosion under Black Diamond Pool, the pool is readjusting itself. There might have been some changes in the subterranean plumbing that changed the behavior. So the pool is basically trying to sort itself out.
There's currently no way to forecast hydrothermal explosions in Yellowstone or anywhere else in the world. However, the ongoing activity at Black Diamond Pool could reveal patterns and signs of an imminent explosion, which could potentially save lives. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
I'm Amy Grant, and I want to talk to you from my heart about the heart. There was nothing about my life that said, you have a ticking time bomb in your chest. But I did. I wound up in the office of a cardiologist because I was there with my husband. And at the tail end of that, the cardiologist looked at me and said, I want to see you. No one was more surprised than I was to learn I was living with a rare heart condition. He said, Amy, this condition, you'll be fine, and then catastrophic. A few months later, I had open heart surgery that saved my life. And I owe it to the research and life-saving medical breakthroughs developed by the American Heart Association. I'm grateful for the American Heart Association. Their research gave me more time to do the things I love with the people I love. So listen to your heart. I'm here today because I did. Learn more at helpheart.org.
It is good to be back. Shireen Herrera filling in for Jake on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. I'm trying to turn around my microphone. I had it over here the last couple of days. I moved it over here thinking it might be a little bit easier to use, but it's not, so I'm moving it even closer. But good morning. Thank you for being here. Thanks for hanging with me while I'm filling in for Jake. Last week of March, I'm sitting here thinking, what are some of the things that us Wyomingites or people in the Rocky region want to do while it's nice out in the last week of March, because things are changing. I didn't quite realize how much they're changing, but I might need to ask Don Day when we get him on this morning, because I have a trip. I'm leaving tomorrow, going down to Denver. I'm going to the Avs and the LA Kings hockey game, which should be great because they're both in the hunt for the playoffs, I believe. And my Penguins are not, so got to root for somebody, and that'll be good. But I was going to wait until Sunday to come home, spend some time with my best friends, do a few things I need. I have an appointment on Friday, so I can't leave then. But things on Sunday have changed. I am one of those people that constantly check the forecast if I have to go somewhere, especially in Wyoming, because it can change so quickly like it has. So when I talked to Don on Monday, he thought maybe some precip, some rain, obviously a lot of that expected through the weekend in Wyoming. Well, now Sunday has changed to snow, and it looks like a chance of snow in Casper, Cheyenne. I don't take I-80 if I can help it anywhere close to dicey weather. So if it's raining in Laramie, it's snowing on Elk Mountain and Arlington, right? So I'm sitting here trying to think, I better start my way home on Saturday. Expected to be rainy across the state in Wyoming, but it looks like temperatures will stay in the 50s. That's not bad. I can handle it. Otherwise, I am a complete weenie when it comes to driving in crazy snowy conditions or even the slightest snowy conditions. I actually have a lady that I work with and who's a friend of mine that we are both like that. So if we get stuck in a car together, which we did in DuBois in a snowstorm, we had to head up to the dog sled races up on, they have the Tyhack Memorial up on Togety Pass. And we were both sitting there just creeping like 10 miles per hour. I'm like, we are the worst people to be together in a snowstorm in Wyoming. But I've seen a lot of crazy things happen, spending most of my life in Montana. You could be going 10 miles per hour, and I've seen people just slide right off and roll into the ditch or off the edge, and some scary stuff there. So I'm just not one of those people who's quite capable of driving in winter conditions, mainly because of my anxiety and I'm scared and all of that and more. So for me on Sunday, it does not look like it'll be good weather for me to drive home from Denver. I've already outed taking I-80 If I can help it, I don't take that in. I barely will take it in the summer. It has 3 times as much semi traffic as I-25 does. So I'll take I-25 home no matter what. But I think it is smart to make that trip home on Saturday opposed to Sunday. I know folks that are traveling back from spring break trips. Some of them have driven to their locations. Other folks I know have been traveling via plane, but some of them drove to other airports, so they're making their way home over the weekend. So hopefully, folks aren't too much in the spring break bliss of the warm weather and check the weather conditions when they get home, because I don't want to see some of my friends flying into DIA or Salt Lake and having to make that trip up if it's dicey on Sundays. So always a great idea to check that forecast. The Y.Dot 511 app is one of my favorite things. I have it on hand. It looked like it was just going to be rainy on Sunday. Now there is a good chance of some snow in certain locations in Wyoming. So, with that being said, I think it's best that I just end up making my way home on Saturday. If you have some plans this weekend, if you're having to travel too, make sure you're staying in the know with Don Day's podcast, his forecast, and his website. And then also, like I said, checking that Y.Dot 511 app. We will have a lot of folks on the road this weekend. And if you are going to enjoy this nice weather this week, things will be shaking up a little bit this weekend. But some much needed precip. Don talked about the east side of the state really, really needing some precip more than the western side. And I think they're expected to get that this weekend. I was checking the forecast because I have to travel. I mentioned that. I'm not good when it comes to snowy conditions, changing my whole trip by a day. But it'll be nice to just get home a little early, get some work done too, and get ready to be back on the show filling in for Jake on Monday. But yeah, I'm going to make my way home on Saturday instead. Easy peasy. Nice to be able to be flexible. I think folks like us, Wyomingites, Montanans, Idahoans, folks that live in Colorado as well, in the mountains, you have to deal with snowy conditions and adverse conditions, but we just flex our schedule. Or we just drive in it and not worry about it. But for me, I don't really do that. So yeah, I'm looking forward to making my way back on Saturday. Don Day will have more on his forecast. I am looking forward to getting him on the show too. We'll do that in the second hour, about half past, and have him on and be able to ask him what he actually expects for this weekend. Because when I was looking on Monday, it said just rain. Now I looked last night, and there's a good chance of snow. Laramie, Cheyenne, Casper. I'm imagining other areas in the state. So I'll really have to stay in the know and get up to date with Don Day and personally ask him. I listen to his stuff. I watch his website. I check his socials, all of that and more. But I always just like to ask the man, the myth, the legend himself on if I'm safe driving on Sunday, because it's all about driving and if I'm safe coming home, and if I'm not, I'm making that trip back on Saturday. Well, folks, we have a nice week this week. It's the last week of March. I know people that are enjoying some already early hikes. We have some great trails here in central Wyoming, Paposia Falls, and folks are already getting out and about and enjoying some early season hiking or trail walks. Of course, Red Butte outside of Laramie is always a good one too. This is a great time. Two parts to this. This is a great time for wildlife watching, to just be observant and out and about as they're kind of getting ready for the nicer weather too. But the flip side of that is to also be bear aware. And so Wyoming Game and Fish always talking about bear awareness and to make sure folks are in the know. They had their free bear spray giveaway. I finally actually made one of those last year. For 4 years, I've been trying to make one of their bear spray giveaways in Lander, and I'd always have to work, and I'd always be busy or I was gone. Well, lo and behold, I end up snagging one of the bear spray, the free bear sprays from their bear spray giveaway when they were at the Wild Game Cook-Off with the Wyoming Wildlife Federation. And so the Safari Club International was out there, and they were giving away some bear spray. And guess what? I happened to be working that event that they were at giving away the bear spray. So I snagged a free thing of bear spray. And it's cool that Game and Fish does that, because I think for me personally, there's been times where I forgot or didn't even think about making sure I had bear spray in certain situations. And so that's why the awareness is so important. So this time of year is great for wildlife viewing. It's great for wildlife photographers, but it's also a good idea to be reminded about being bear aware. And of course, Wyoming Game and Fish always has that for you. Some spring skiing still going on too. Folks are enjoying some turns with the sunshine and obviously some warm conditions might make it a little soupy. But like I mentioned on Sunday, we could have some snow rolling through. I'm not sure how Jackson Hole or the Snowy Range will be prepped for that. So, um, yeah, some spring skiing still happening. Might be a little soupy this week with some warm weather, but we'll see what shakes up with the snowy conditions next week or this weekend. Lawn and yard stuff for the last week of March while it's nice. Oh, I got to tell Dawn this. I'm so excited. Okay. So I had this puppy who was a foster puppy. He was digging holes. He dug up some of my prized lilies and sage and some lavender that I had. And I was a little bummed out. And then Dawn mentioned, he's like, yeah, you should have some tulips. I'm like, I don't have any tulips. I planted tulips. I have a bunch of tulips, but I don't see any tulips. Well, they were covered with a ton of leaves that I hadn't cleaned up yet. And guess what? I have a ton of tulips that have popped up. I planted them a couple years ago. I haven't got any actual flowers from them, but I did plant a couple of other interesting things around there. I can't remember what they were, but they're popping up too. I have some good stalks, some nice green new growth. And I just thought that was so cool because I was thinking when he said that, I was like, I don't have any. And I have a bunch of tulips that I planted outside. Well, here they are. They were just covered in leaves. So that's another lawn thing too, is getting some of those cleaning out the gutters, the downspouts, the leaves that are in the garden area, the flower area. And then Dawn was mentioning how folks who love to garden are just really chomping at the bit when it comes to trying to get some stuff. Not a good idea to have it outdoors, no matter how nice it is. Don't let it fool you. Don't do it. What you want to do is start those seeds inside, start those plants inside. What I have done, and I might ask Don about this when he turns into from Don Day, the weather guy, to Don, the gardening man. Last year, I did plant some stuff early in big pots that were purchased, already grown because I suck at seeds. But I would just put them outside when it was warm and I would bring them inside at night. It seemed to be okay. They didn't freeze or die. So I assume that might be a solution if you really are itching to get some plants in pots and get those going. Because honestly, I believe the few that I did have in those pots that I started early, they were producing fruit a lot earlier than some other things that I had waited to get on there. So some things to do for the last week of March while we have some nice weather and the weekend, things changing a little bit. But you're probably like me and getting some of that lawn stuff done, some of the dog poop cleaned up, which I did a lot of. The wind didn't move it around like I was hoping. Just make it into manure and use it for the grass. But I'm getting a few things done on the lawn side of things. I got to check hoses. I had one of my big long hoses got chewed up by the dog, so I need definitely to be able to maybe get a few new hoses because I do run water to my pigs. And so I have to hook like 7 water hoses together to make it all the way out to where the pigs are. So it makes it a little difficult. I wish I had some sort of water access out there. I kind of do a little bit with some irrigation, but I don't use that. And they do have a little bit there in case they need it, especially to roll around in the mud, which they love to do. But I do need to check hoses and some of the fencing. I have like 2 holes in the fence that those pigs, they just love to go under or over. And real quick before we take a break, I have a funny story about a flying pig. So last year was my first year having pigs. I had 2 pigs, and Edward Snorton and Patty Link. And I wanted to see, what it was like raising animals for food. And so I got these 2 pigs, and they were fairly small when I got them. I got them in May. And I have kind of this built area for them. It's got a lot of pig fencing around it, but it's not super high. And then I made a lean-to. And the lean-to, of course, sits on the edge of the fence and makes an area for them to be able to sleep in, and filled it with hay and all that good stuff. And all of a sudden, probably a month and a half, 2 months after I got the pigs, they were always out, or the one was out. The Duroc, the red one, was out quite a bit. Like, what in the world? How is this pig getting out? Now, when it gets out of the one area I have another area. So it's kind of a good idea to have a second area around pigs. But they get out of that one too, and then they just free range and hang out by my car. But this pig was just getting out constantly, consistently. Like, what in the world is going on? And all of a sudden, we watch this pig. Two things happened. This pig was getting out two different ways, and it wasn't at this time going under, because this pig wasn't that large. It was still pretty small, spry and energetic and athletic, until I fed it and fattened it up, and it wasn't that way anymore. But while it was younger, it decided that it would just run up the lean-to on the fence and launch itself off. They have like stubby little legs. I have no idea how it didn't injure itself, which I'm glad it didn't. But we found that it was launching off of the lean-to, which is crazy. So talk about seeing a flying pig. That was literally a flying pig. It would run up the lean-to and then launch itself off. And then the other way it was getting out is I had a shorter fence. It was just making its way, like heaving and hoeing, and then launching itself over the fence. So it was a pig that would jump the fence. Fast forward a month later, I fed it well enough. It no longer jumped the fence, because it literally physically couldn't jump the fence. But it ended up starting going under. It would dig and root and do all that kind of stuff, and then find ways under the fence. So I've learned a lot from having my pigs. But one of the things on my checklist for the last week of March here in Wyoming is to check hoses that I need to run the hoses for the pigs, and then also the fencing. Yeah, I'd love to get that continuous fencing, but it's costly. So I'll be doing some fencing and trying to figure out how to build a different shanty or house for my pigs that isn't the lean-to, because I guarantee another pig's probably going to think that's a great idea too, right? And then launch right off. And I just don't want one to get injured. So that's on my to-do list. What's on your to-do list for the last week of March? I imagine you have some stuff. Maybe you're enjoying spring break with the family. I'm Shireen Herrera, filling in for Jake on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Gracie and Pedro might not get along so well.
They're standing on my tail.
But there's one thing they agree on. There's a right seat for everyone.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
Whether you're a dog,
Hold on, Pooch.
a cat, a fish, or a rat.
And I'm a ferret.
Be sure to travel safe.
How can you be so sure?
I'm absolutely positive.
On your next adventure, make sure your children are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
Welcome back, folks. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. I'm Shireen, filling in for Jake. We've got the man, Greg, back every morning. Greg, are you an early bird naturally? Hold on, I gotta go. There you are. There you are. Okay. So, Greg, how's your morning going?
It's all right. It's all right. Just listening to the great pig escapades.
Oh man, I'm telling you what, I can't wait to get my new piggies. Who knows what they'll put me through this year, but I can say pigs fly. When people say when pigs fly, I'm like, I have seen pigs fly, and it's the craziest thing.
Yeah. I always liked the term. I used it in a story once. Ornery oinkers. It's hard to say.
Right?
They're ornery oinkers.
I might name one of mine Arnery Oinker. This I've got to think of cool names. I did Edward Snorton and Patty Link for the two last year, play off of Edward Norton and Edward Snorton. And then, yeah, I don't know. People say don't name them. I love them. They're so much fun. It definitely makes it more hard though when they go bye bye.
Yeah. Yeah. I had friends growing up who would name all his chickens after his actual friends.
And then when they'd get their heads cut off.
Yeah. He come to church. He was like, yeah, yeah. Last night, we had, we ate Wendy. Okay. Yeah.
That's hilarious. Well, I mean, you got to name them somehow in names. That's actually quite genius.
Have you ever heard of
Have I ever heard of what?
of oh, you froze up for a bit.
Oh yeah, what'd you say, Greg? Have I ever heard of what?
Mike the Headless Chicken.
No.
Okay. I lived in Fruta, Colorado. You can Google it and you'll find all kinds of stuff on it. They have a celebration every year now called Mike the Headless Chicken Festival. This guy cut the head off his chicken, but it was it lived. It still lived and it ran around without a head. And he would feed it by putting, food down its neck. Lived for years.
Wow.
Yeah, his name was Mike, and
The headless chicken.
yeah, it just shows how much chickens actually use their brains. I think when he cut it off, there might be like a little part of his brain stem or something that
Right.
was left or whatever. But yeah, he'd run around and he became kind of famous, and so they have a Mike the Headless Chicken Festival every year.
Well, they say the term is running around like a chicken with your head cut off. So
That's true.
that is fascinating, Greg. I love things like this on the morning show that we bring to the table, quirky, fun, cool things like that because they say that chickens will live for a length of time after you chop their head off or they'll run around, but not for years. It's normally just like a burst of energy or something.
Yeah, yeah, no, this one did. Um, for quite a while and got pretty famous. And
That's funny. There used to be a drunk pig at my in Townsend, Montana, where my family was from, and everybody would feed this pig beer because it loved beer. Well, the pig would get a really big attitude when it would get drunk, and my mom was feeding it popcorn, and she ran out of popcorn. And the drunk pig tried to attack her because she was drunk and wanted more popcorn. So I think there's an endless supply of some good animal stories out there.
oh, totally. There's probably a lot of drunk pigs up in Montana.
You know, I guess that's a thing. Not I don't feed my pigs booze or anything like that, but I did get recommended from a lady. She said I would wet down your corn. I fed them whole corn last year instead of grinding it, and she said if I wet the corn down the night before, it ferments it, and they love that. And I said, well, how long do I ferment it? She said, not long, but overnight. But I guess they like that fermentation type of taste.
Yeah, I've heard of that. I've heard of like pigs and goats and stuff getting into like some grain that is fermented, and they'll get
Pretty
pretty
wild, yeah.
loopy. I'm sure there's probably tons of interesting animal farm stories.
Well, if
Uh,
if you have one, send it to Greg because Greg might compile and write some fun animal stories for Cowboy State Daily.
oh yeah, yeah. When I was the editor of the newspaper in Montrose, Colorado, there was this guy who he liked to come in. He was an old retired guy, and he did a lot of gardening and farming and stuff. And he liked to come in and show the vegetables that look like things.
Yes.
Here's a peach. I remember once he said, "Here's a peach that looks like Jimmy Durante," who people that probably don't know who Jimmy Durante is anymore. He's an old time movie star, and he was known for having a huge nose. They called him the schnoz. And this peach had this big thing hanging off of it, and so that, and then one day up in the mountains on the western slope of Colorado, not too far from where we were, uh, Joe Cocker had a place.
Oh, sweet.
He had a mountain place a few times, and his wife, and they in the little town there, they owned an ice cream parlor, and he would he owned like half of downtown, and every Halloween he would make this giant haunted house, and he'd have this Hollywood makeup guy, Hollywood producer come in and make it up for a haunted house. And I get an invite and we go up there. Well, anyway, Joe Cocker hung around up there, and this guy came in, this same guy who liked to bring in other stuff. He'd bring in, if he had this giant sticker weed I found, and so, oh yeah, that's nice. Thanks for bringing it in. He brought in this big baggie of marijuana, pot, and he slammed it on the counter and said, "I found where Joe Cocker's growing his pot up there in the mountains." I'm like, okay.
I had no idea Joe Cocker did that.
Yeah. So
That's hilarious. I have a friend that, or a lady I used to hang out with a little bit. She would always find potatoes that looked like body parts. So yeah, she'd have some noses, but she'd also have some more inappropriate ones. So, but she would have potatoes that would look like human body parts. Like I said, some were like fingers, some were like noses, some were other things. And
yeah, I've seen every once in a while you get one that like looks like a hand because it's
right,
got all the little
got all
things
the
coming off.
things. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do a big garden this year. I didn't do one last year. I did one the year before. I did okay, but we have a lot of alkaline in our water, so it's tough.
My dad was a big gardener,
Yeah,
and the main advice from his experiences is don't plant horseradish.
interesting.
It comes back like crazy, and you can never get rid of it.
Okay, thank you. Good to know because I'd kind of thought about that. Maybe I should put it in a pot so then it doesn't
That
scatter.
that might be the way to do it.
Yeah, I love horseradish and fresh horseradish, but I have never planted it. So that's great to know. Look at that, Greg. You are a plethora of knowledge.
That's right.
That's right.
I know everything.
Yes. Uh,
No, I don't.
well,
I'm
you
like most of our readers. I think I know everything.
well, you know quite a bit, which is good, and that's why we have you on the show, and that's why I enjoy. I'm glad because Jake's gone, and you've been a fantastic help. So I really appreciate you calling in every morning.
No
What?
problem.
What?
Yeah, tomorrow, and then I usually don't call in on Fridays.
Right, I'm gone Friday, so I wouldn't miss you anyways.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gone Friday. I think Mr. Beggs is going to be filling in John. He'll be on the show on Friday, but I'll be here next Friday, but I won't have you on the show, it sounds like. Do you take off on the weekends or you got reporting or what do you do?
No, Fridays. We get going with the weekend stuff, and I have so much to do on Fridays that um I need that extra. I need that extra time.
Right. What's on your plate for this weekend?
We got a lot of stuff. Jackie's working on a story about Alfred Packer. He's Colorado cannibal,
Ooh.
but he was actually arrested. He was caught in Wyoming. Like they caught him in Wyoming. Um, so there's a Wyoming connection there. But yeah, that's an interesting story. A lot of people have heard it, but a lot of people haven't. And yeah, he's the only person in the history of the United States who's ever actually been convicted of the crime of cannibalism.
That's crazy. People love those true crime stories, especially when they're based or have some connection to Wyoming.
Yeah, it's I guess I was about to say it's a fun story. Yeah, about as fun as a cannibal can be.
There you go.
But it's you know, um he finally got found by the Ute Indians in Colorado, and he should have been like absolutely starving, and the first thing he asked for was a drink. Like, "Can I have some whiskey?"
Yeah. I
It's
need
like,
to wash
I'm not too
down.
hungry right now, but I could sure use some whiskey."
Right.
And they were immediately suspicious.
That's hilarious, but also interesting. And Jackie's such a historian. That's a perfect story for her to write. Did I hear that there might be something cool coming out of the Jeffrey City area?
Yeah, it's kind of a long-term project, but yeah, our video team is going there. They're doing a bunch of stuff around Jeffrey City, in and around um, Jeffrey City, and a lot of it's just going to be what they find there. So we don't know exactly what it's going to be. You just go and you see what happens,
Did you
what turns up. So that'll be fun.
did you know that there is a bike hostel located in Jeffrey City?
Hmm.
Yeah, so I wanna pass that info off to them if I get the chance to. I'm not sure if I'll chat with them before they, head off, but I did a podcast and a trip through Jeffrey City last August and just some of the uranium stuff, and, they had the Jade Festival going on there at the time, so I went and talked to some old-timers that had, been finding jade there, and they worked in the uranium mines forever. But then I started heading outside of town, and we took this loop around. As you know, if you've been to Jeffrey City, there's very few people. And so some of these roads are a little sketchy, but we took this back road, and where the church is on the edge of town, it's a bike hostel. So we went inside, and it's an area where people have been riding their bikes, and it says come in, it's open. It has all kinds of stuff. It has a kitchen, and we actually went inside because it was pouring rain. It started to just downpour. And that's why a lot of those bike folks actually use that is when the weather gets suspect or they see incoming weather, they'll pull into that bike hostel. But who knew a bike hostel was in Jeffrey City?
I didn't until now.
There you go. Fun facts to impress your friends with, Greg.
That's right.
Yeah, so I'll have to.
We got something else. Mark's got a story on the Sandhill cranes. They're
Ooh.
all coming back. They pour into Wyoming, and they're kind of on their way to Colorado. And I
Oh,
actually used to be in the area where they settle down around Monte Vista, Colorado. And they're all over the place. And the exciting thing is to see if there are any whooping cranes with them. Sometimes there's like one endangered whooper with them, and all the crane people get really excited about it. But so the cranes are all coming, and it made me think, if you have a place where all the cranes are, you should call that the cranium.
there you go. The cranium.
It's the crane. It's the cranium.
I like it. We have a cranium here in central Wyoming. Somehow, some lady, I don't know if it's what she's planted out in her field. We have two cranes that live on my place. I don't think they're whooping cranes. Two cranes that live on my 80 acres. But she somehow has planted something, but I haven't seen them for a while. So, like you said, they must have been making their way to Colorado. But she had about 200 plus cranes that landed and hung out in her field for like a month.
Hmm.
Yeah, and then they're gone
Yeah,
now.
yeah, that's what they do. They do this big migration, and yeah, the cranes, they're all over they're kind of cool to look at.
Yeah, they
Kind of
are.
cool to go out and see.
Yeah, they're great. And I'm kind of when I was younger, I went on a fly fishing trip up in Idaho on the Clearwater for steelhead with a gentleman he was in his 70s at that point, and he had been passing off the fishing business to his son. And the whole time we were fishing, he was doing nothing but looking at birds. And I thought this guy was crazy. And I was like, I don't know what in the world he thinks is so cool about birds. Fast forward 15 years later, and I'm a complete bird nerd and Audubon fan. I can't help it. They're so
You
cool.
got to do the counts and stuff.
No, I just watch and look, and I'm big into following like Western tanagers and some other things. But I mean, I made fun of this guy, and here I am.
Hmm.
When will Mark have that? He'll have that story coming out soon?
Yeah, it'll probably be a weekend story.
Awesome. That's a great story too, and I think cranes are so cool. I think the wildlife of the Northwest is just something that is super special, and Cowboy State Daily writes a lot about that. And it seems like Mark kind of has a stick when it comes to outdoor stories, conservation, etc.
Yeah, yeah, and he's great because he knows the stuff,
Right.
and it makes a difference. People can tell that it's being written by someone who knows what they're talking about. Um, so yeah, it's good stuff, and stuff that's it's not all policy. It just interesting stuff, you know. Um, he did something once on a deer who just had a humongous, like hundreds of miles migration, ends up way over somewhere else, and yeah, it's just really, really interesting stuff.
Yeah, I thought the taking Benadryl for rattlesnake bites can actually be bad for you was a great story because I think a lot of people instantly think Benadryl might help them out in those
Yeah,
situations.
well, it was going all over. People throwing it all over Facebook. Take if you get stuck by a if you get bit, take Benadryl, pack Benadryl with you. And a lot of people probably would do that thinking, oh, that's all I need to do. And then, it's kind of the hard lesson to learn. Nope, doesn't work.
Yeah, it's crazy. Well, the weather's nice this week, Greg. Do you have any outdoor things that you're trying to do before the weekend? Because I don't know if you're
I
on.
just try to get out. I just
Yeah,
try to get out of my chair
good.
from in front of my desk. I was just talking to our news editor Justin about this yesterday. It's true. If I'm not at the desk like 12 to 14 hours a day, the whole time I go out, I ran to the pharmacy, took 30 minutes, like way behind.
Right.
We have so much stuff coming in. So yeah, I just want to get out.
Yeah, the news never stops 24/7, 365, but you got
It doesn't. We
yeah,
have so much stuff coming through, and I'm glad for it. This is not a complaint because
right.
you know, uh, I've been in the newsroom where you're sitting around. Well, what are we gonna do? No, there's just plenty. There's always something going on.
Yeah, you guys are definitely hardworking when it comes to that. But Greg, you've got to take care of yourself. So you do have to get up and get out of the chair and get, looking at a screen, just for comparison, I do look at screens not as much as Greg, but not 4 hours straight like Jake does every morning. My eyes are like crossed by the end of it because
But yeah,
yeah.
I do. Well, you do. You got to get up. You got to look around. I like to go around. I like to read. I like sports, so I'll put sports on and
Mhm.
uh, check that out. I used to like to play tennis, but I'm not very good. So
Yeah, I tennis is rough. Tennis is tough. It's a cool sport though, that's for sure. But if you're not good at it, there's no point in playing. Are you traveling this weekend at all, Greg? Because I think the roads might get a little dicey on Sunday.
nope, nope, not planning on it.
Okay, great. Well, good. Well, I will be chatting with you tomorrow before I depart. Is there anything else we should chat about with cowboystatedaily.com? I always love all the stories. It takes me about 10 minutes sometimes to catch up on all the news stories that you guys have out from overnight. Do you guys ever sleep?
Yeah, yeah. We put out stuff, but it is it's quite the deal. I mean, we'll get done, and then but Riley and Hannah and Wendy are still working on the video and the radio components of it and everything. So it starts early and it goes late. With different people.
Right. Yep.
But yeah, we had a lot of good stuff yesterday. The Jen story on them IDing those remains of that missing woman from Washakie County. That was interesting. And Dale's wild crime story. I don't know if you saw it about in Casper, the guy who had his truck stolen, so he empties his handgun at the guy as the truck's driving away at his own truck, hits it, his stuff. Then he gets into his other car and chases the guy down, hits his own truck to get it stopped, and then holds the guy at gunpoint until police get there. And a lot of people are cheering the guy, saying, "Yeah, good for you. You defended your stuff." And I kind of he could be in a lot.
Yeah. I mean, opening a handgun in the open, whether it is your own vehicle or not, could be dangerous, and he could have injured somebody.
Yeah,
But
yeah. Now whether that should be a law or not, that's another debate.
yeah,
But yeah, he could be in trouble for doing that.
but
Um,
I feel like that's the old Wild West Wyoming, though.
yeah, yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I understand both sides of it because I mean, personally, I'm like, well, yeah. Who wants to just stick around and watch someone steal your truck?
Right. Well, I mean,
That's
I always think that I don't know if it's just me, but I always think that if something happens to me, I'm gonna be full blow ready, or I'm gonna be like, or if somebody steals something, I'm gonna chase them down. But I also never know if that's safe. I understand in this situation it ended up being okay for the guy. But what if that other gentleman had a gun?
yeah, yeah. It's like those stories that you see where like someone has, assaulted a child and, you know, outside the courtroom, the father gets a hold of the guy and beats the crap out of him. And so he gets charged. He gets
Yeah.
in trouble, but a lot of people are like, well, go for it anyway.
Right.
you know. So, I mean, it's kind of that it's kind of that sentiment, but I'm glad nobody was hurt. He didn't actually hit the guy because if the guy's fleeing away from him and he hits him with a bullet, that could be a lot more trouble.
Oh yeah. Wow. I'm still chuckling, Greg. All right, that's a great way to end our conversation. Greg, we'll chat with you again tomorrow morning.
All right. See
Bye
you
bye.
tomorrow.
Bye bye. All right. That was a great conversation. If you just were listening, Casper Man empties handgun as his truck is stolen, then catches up to it. You can find that online, cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Shireen filling in for Jake.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
All right, we are back. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. I'm Shireen filling in for Jake. I do have some news for tomorrow's show. I was able to chat briefly with Kathy Holman. Her family was featured on cowboystatedaily.com and just really a very popular topic the last few days around the state. Kathy's young daughter was the victim of stalking, bullying, impersonation by a 40-year-old woman. And so it brings up the question about having advocacy for these situations and also maybe some stricter laws or things set in motion that would protect children if they were to be victims of these type of crimes by adults. And so I'm looking forward to getting Kathy on. That'll be tomorrow. I think she'll have Brandy Sorensen join as well if we can get that put together. So that'll be for tomorrow's show. I am excited to chat with Dawn about some of the weather that might be a little suspect across the state this weekend. And then we'll also get a couple of more of the Cowboy State Daily reporters. I'm excited. Andrew Rossi's going to join, and he's fantastic. I think we're friends on Facebook, and he's always writing some great stories with cowboystatedaily.com. So another guest I have today is Joshua Corsi, Muley Fanatic Foundation. He'll be coming up here in a little bit, probably like an hour and a half, I think he'll be on the show. And Josh is just not only a phenomenal human being, but he's the head of the Muley Fanatic Foundation. They just wrapped up Mule Deer Days, which I heard went phenomenal. So shout out to them. But I'm looking forward to getting him on the show. Speaking of the forecast, let's check in with Don Day and find out what we have in store for us for this weekend.
Welcome to Wednesday, Hump Day Wednesday, March 26, 2025. This weather update brought to you by ConverseCountyTourism.com. Feel the energy of Converse County. Explore Douglas's Railroad Heritage, Ayers Natural Bridge, and the Jackalope Legend. Glen Rock boasts scenic trails, dinosaur history, and small town charm. Plan your visit at ConverseCountyTourism.com. Going to be a gorgeous spring day. Today and tomorrow going to be really hard to beat with the longer daylight hours, that higher sun angle, the warmer temperatures, the lighter winds. Really take advantage of today and tomorrow. Get outside if you can. This high pressure ridge will be robust through tomorrow. A little bit of moisture, though, sneaks in. And don't be surprised if tomorrow afternoon and evening, and especially Friday, there's some afternoon showers and isolated thunderstorms in a few areas. It'll really look and feel like spring as you see that cloud buildup. Then that large Pacific storm begins to push energy and moisture eastward into the Rockies and High Plains this weekend. At the same time, there's a push of colder Canadian air coming out of Western Canada along the east slopes of the Rockies and into the plains. We want to give a heads up to livestock interests. Anyone in calving and lambing operations, cooler, wet weather is coming this weekend. Places that are going to be 60s, 70s, and even low 80s. Today, tomorrow, and Friday could get snowed on before the weekend's over. And not only is it this weekend that stock growers need to monitor, stock growers monitor next week's weather as well, as there's a lot on the table for next week. And that'll be something that we'll need to keep track of. Beautiful shots all across the western United States. We've just have beautiful cloud photos to show you. Here, one from New Mexico to Cheyenne, to Edgemont, South Dakota, all across this region. The clouds have been really putting on a show. Look at that beautiful lenticular there near Atlantic City. Now I want to show you a very special cloud, a very rare cloud type, and a great shot here by another Jan. This is a cloud pattern that you just don't see very often. Now don't worry, we're going to zoom in and have another perspective here, but you can notice this line of clouds that we see here low on the horizon. You can see the name of the cloud here, and sometimes we'll show these Kelvin-Helmholtz wave clouds that will show up occasionally. But look at the texture. Look at you can see all the moisture in the air as you have breaking waves from the Kelvin-Helmholtz function as the waves form there off the mountains and put that cloud together. You don't get a sight like this. Great shot there, Jan, from up in Buffalo. But that's why it pays to look up and observe the clouds and see features like this. When the terrain interacts with the atmosphere, we tend to just get a lot of variety and shapes and structure and colors with our clouds. The satellite photo and the surface map, not very active. The surface map not showing much going on across the United States right now. And the advisories from the National Weather Service are pretty meager as well. We are going to see some heavy rain in South Texas for some thunderstorm activity. That's a real sign of spring. Moisture coming up out of the Gulf and Mexico this time of year, starting to bring rain chances down there. We start to see some advisories off the west coast here for that approaching storm. Boy, and there it is. Now, let's concentrate first on what we've got going on right here. We have a little bit of wave cloud action coming off the northern Rockies of Montana and along the east slopes of the Absarokas there near Cody down to Meeteetse. A little bit of wave action there, some lenticulars, but a lot of the western United States under this nice area of high pressure. So this is the weather we're going to have today and tomorrow, but you can see the very well-formed curl of this storm. And you see this, I show you this occasionally, the speckled clouds, cold, moist air over the Pacific. And see this air mass right here? This air mass right here is what gets catapulted eastward towards the west coast as we get into Friday, then into the upcoming weekend. So there we have the 500 millibar chart showing that upper level low off the west coast, the high pressure over the Rockies. And then by Friday, so today, by Friday, you can see the high pressure is gone, and you can see part of that storm gets ejected inland. And then we have more back here behind it. Also notice up here in Canada, there's a low up here near Hudson Bay that is going to send a shot of colder air down the counterclockwise spin right here. This is important because these two systems, this one and this one up here, are going to work together. A lot of times it's the working together of different weather elements that can create a weather event. It may not just be one system coming through, but a couple of systems working together. And this is exactly what's going to transpire this weekend. Colder Canadian air comes in from the north. At the same time, moist, energetic air comes off the west coast into the western United States. Now, between now and Friday afternoon, the precipitation forecast looks like this. The approaching low off the west coast, that moisture gets thrown up into Canada there for some snow up there with the colder weather. And then this speckled nature of the precipitation is this basically those afternoon showers and isolated thunderstorms. There's your heavier rain down there in South Texas. So this gets us through Friday. And you can see, as we showed you yesterday, this is for Thursday afternoon. Some isolated showers and thunderstorms developing, more widespread there in Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas, even southern areas of New Mexico. And this is for Friday. Now, the thunderstorms aren't as widespread, but back here you can see a little bit of activity, which indicates a very moist, unstable atmosphere coming in Friday afternoon and evening. So this is the warm, moist, unstable air mass that's getting pushed in late tomorrow and into Friday. By the time we get into late Saturday, we actually have two waves. This wave comes in Friday night and Saturday morning. That wave will produce rain and snow, but probably more rain as it comes through overnight Friday into Saturday morning. Here's that push of cold air right here in Canada, and here's the stronger piece that comes in Saturday afternoon, Saturday night into Sunday morning. It doesn't look very terribly impressive when you look at this on the whole, but when you put the two systems together, we're going to get upslope along and east of the divide. By noon Saturday, we have a broad area of low pressure that extends from Utah here into Kansas. We have the high pressure with the colder air up here in Canada. So if we draw the wind circulation around the highs have wind circulation that are clockwise as the cold air gets pushed in from Canada. The low has counterclockwise circulation, and there they work together. So colder air is associated with this high coming out of Canada. Then the upslope helps draw moisture from the plains like this. So you can see where the lines of pressure are more oriented in a general way from the east to the west. This is by noon Saturday. Look at this. By Saturday afternoon, a very well-developed upslope develops. Now, this is something that has been missing, really. Now, this with a few exceptions. Now, in the month of March, we've had a couple of upslope events, and that has led finally to some precipitation being more widespread. But this is two weather systems merging, and then by Saturday night into Sunday morning, we still have upslope persisting coming on in as the cold air settles in, as the low begins to move out to the plain some more. So basically, from Saturday afternoon through Sunday evening and early Sunday night, we've got upslope along and east of the divide. We also have a lot of instability. This could be an area of showers and thunderstorms along the Colorado Front Range into southern Wyoming during the afternoon and evening hours of Saturday. This is classic spring weather. Then when we put it all together, you can see where the upslope is working. So we really hope what we see here transpires in some form or fashion. Again, take this with a little bit of a grain of salt, but we're getting a persistent opportunity here that we see in the modeling because of the upslope for Nebraska, a lot of Wyoming, northeastern Colorado, maybe parts of South Dakota here. I know you folks in North Dakota need moisture. I think that's coming for you next week. But this area right here, which really, really needs moisture, has got a really good chance of getting some rain. And some of it's going to be snow. Notice the upslope here into the Wind Rivers, upslope into northern Colorado, along and near the Laramie Range Mountains, the Casper Mountain area, then out into the northeastern plains and throughout the Panhandle. There's your snow. Now it's going to be a wet snow. At least when we get out into the plains, it's going to be wet snow sticking to the grassy areas and the cold surfaces. As you get up into the higher elevations, you're going to need to watch travel concerns in Wyoming this weekend as you get up a little bit higher. So that gets us through the weekend. And then next week, things get busy. We've got another wave that comes in late Tuesday into Wednesday of next week, producing rain and snow again. And then look at this. This is another system that comes in right behind this one. So we've got two storm systems to deal with next week that are going to be energetic, cold, and moist. And there it is. By next Saturday, we've got a deep storm coming into northern Utah through Idaho. So we'll just have to take it one system at a time. That's why you want to take advantage of the nice weather we've got going on now. Have yourself a great Wednesday. We'll see you tomorrow.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Wednesday, March 26th. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. U.S. Postmaster General Louis DeJoy's last day turned out to be Monday, with the embattled chief administrator unexpectedly leaving before his replacement has been found. DeJoy's early departure does not signal the end for the controversial Delivering for America plan, however, which has attracted widespread criticism in Wyoming. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that it's still not clear if afternoon pickup for Wyoming mail will be impacted under the plan, which starts April 1st.
We have this regional transportation optimization plan. If you look at their website, under that, regional transportation optimization means any post office that's 50 miles or more from a regional processing and distribution center won't get afternoon mail pickup anymore. So Wyoming doesn't have any of those under Delivering for America.
U.S. Representative Harriet Hageman on Monday said she is not stopping her fight for rural postal service in America, indicating that she believes there's still a concern for mostly rural Wyoming. A judicial nominating commission tasked with helping Wyoming's governor fill a seat left vacant by the state Supreme Court's Chief Justice has nominated 3 candidates for his consideration. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that one of the 3 is Governor Mark Gordon's appointed State Attorney General, Bridget Hill.
The nominating commission, which is lawyers, non-lawyers, and the Wyoming Supreme Court Justice, sent 3 nominees to Governor Gordon for consideration to fill a soon-to-be vacant Wyoming Supreme Court seat. There's Judge Stuart Healy III. There's Anna Reeves Olson, private litigator out of Casper, who recently served as Wyoming State Bar president. And then there's also Wyoming Attorney General Bridget Hill, who has been Gordon's top counsel throughout his tenure. Chief Justice Kate Fox is retiring May 27th, so we got to have a new justice by then.
Wyoming does not elect judges. Commissions have nominated candidates to be appointed by the governor since 1972, a process that the late former U.S. Senator Al Simpson put forth successfully as a ballot initiative when he served in the Wyoming legislature. A 41-year-old Casper man was in circuit court Tuesday on charges related to stealing a truck idling in a driveway Saturday night. He then somehow escaped a hail of bullets from the truck's owner. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that Casper police arrested Angelo Arvizo shortly after 9 p.m. Saturday after receiving a call from the owner of a GMC pickup that his truck had been stolen.
Had started his truck up and left it idling in his driveway, and then he looked out, he said 5 minutes later, and saw that it was missing. And so he apparently grabbed his pistols and he sees his truck going down the street. So he proceeded to fire. To complicate the story, the truck owner grabbed his car, took off after his truck, and then proceeded to bang into the truck with his car to prevent the truck from being driven.
The Natrona County District Attorney's Office requested that charges against the pickup's owner for shooting at the alleged truck thief also be submitted for review. I'll be back with more news right after this.
When it comes to building and managing your wealth, our Hilltop Bank Trust and Wealth Management team will help you determine the best route for your specific journey, utilizing our expertise and resources. Visit one of our locations in Casper, Cheyenne, or Gillette to learn more about Hilltop's financial planning, investments, and trust services. We're here to build your confidence about your financial future. Trust and wealth management products are not FDIC insured, have no bank guarantee, and may lose value.
A semi-truck pulling a pump and a belly dump trailer full of bentonite smashed through the side of a storage shed and a vehicle, then continued to tear halfway through a house in Upton on Monday. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland spoke to locals who say the semi-truck had come into town headed north on Highway 116, and instead of stopping at the main thoroughfare of Highway 16, the truck drove through it and smashed into a storage shed, then a vehicle, then plunged into a nearby home.
I talked with Mickey Remington. She rents out the shed and the home that got smashed through. She said everything was just a little off that morning. She was running late to work. The people who use the shed for electrical equipment didn't happen to be in it. And the man who rents the home from her, when he'd normally be in the shower or starting up his truck for the day, he actually chose to go and lie back down in bed. And even though the truck shoved him in bed against the wall, it would have taken him out had he been in the shower.
Remington added that the driver is a local man whom she knows. She said the man was taken to the hospital but was back on the site within 2 hours. He walked into Remington's business, apologized, and gave her his insurance information. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Christopher Holton. I'm very active. It was a Saturday morning. Normally I go for my normal walk.
With no warning, Chris suffered a near-fatal heart attack. But thankfully, Brian Buckley, a bystander, saw him collapse and rushed to help.
He did this big gasp for air and then just stopped. It's like I went into autopilot. It's like all that training I did back in the day around CPR just magically came out of nowhere.
Because of the CPR training that Brian received, Chris did make it and didn't die on the trail that day. CPR training provided by the American Heart Association.
Looking at your hands, these two hands could save a life.
Being a father, you want to be around. You want to be around for your kids.
Heart disease is America's #1 killer. To learn more about how the American Heart Association helps save lives, go to helpheart.org.
Welcome back to the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. I'm Shireen Herrera filling in for Jake. I'm affectionately known as Shireen the Adventure Queen, although I haven't been adventuring as much as I used to, but I still have the title. I'm heading off on the road this Thursday, going to see the LA Kings and the Avs play. I'm a big Pittsburgh Penguins fan, but they're not in the playoffs. And I'm not going to wear my Penguins jersey because they kind of stink this year. So, but I do want to see a good game. It should be good. Like I said, both of them, I think, are in the playoff hunt and doing pretty well this year. Speaking of sports, March Madness, even if you're not into basketball or sports, it seems like every single time I'm involved in a pool for March Madness, the person who knows the least about it ends up winning. So I hope you're still engaged and trying in March Madness. If you haven't filled out a bracket, you're too late. Although you could, guess on the games for the Sweet 16. So we have the Sweet 16 that kicks off tomorrow for March Madness, and I'm still doing really well in my pool. I was checking where I'm at in the standings here, but I have Florida and Duke in the big dance, and both of them are still in it to win it. So I'll be watching the Sweet 16. You can guarantee that because I'm doing pretty good. Not bad. I think I'm tied for 4th or 5th place in the pool that I'm in with the NCAA bracket challenge there. So I'm looking at the games for the Sweet 16. You have BYU and Alabama, Maryland, Florida, Arizona, Duke, Arkansas, and Texas Tech will be playing tomorrow. And then Friday, Ole Miss, Michigan State, Michigan, Auburn, Kentucky, Tennessee, Purdue, and Houston. My good friend went to Purdue, so I've always got to cheer on Purdue, and then my family are my dad's side all in Michigan, and they're divided. Most of them are Michigan State fans, the Spartans, and then the rest of them are Michigan fans, or at least one or two of them. A couple of my cousins went to Michigan, but that's one of my dreams. I want to go to the Big House and see Michigan and Ohio State, the Buckeyes, but in Michigan. Obviously, it rotates, and so I think this year though they're back in Michigan, or maybe they're in Ohio. So that's kind of a college sports dream of mine. I'm a little bit more into professional sports. I've seen a lot of MLB, NHL, NFL games. Not as many NFL games because the tickets are always a little bit pricier, but I'm a big sports fan, so you'll hear me from time to time if I fill in for Jake talking about sports. But I think whether or not you're a sports fan for March Madness, it's just kind of one of those things. People, partake in it that have no idea about basketball. I really don't know anything about basketball. As a matter of fact, there were a lot of games that I picked just based on emotion, one being Wisconsin versus Montana. Go Grizz. That's where I went to school. I lived in Missoula for a long time, did radio and media there, and number 3 seed Wisconsin ended up taking out the number 14 Montana. But I had to go for Montana, so I put Montana in there. Unfortunately, they did not advance. But I do have BYU advancing, which was kind of difficult for me, obviously being a Pokes fan. Have a little rivalry, or an old rivalry with BYU that I actually was able to relive by going to that game this last year in Laramie. We got beat. We kind of knew that would happen, but it was still cool just to kind of hear from a lot of the old college players and older folks that have lived in the time when BYU and the University of Wyoming, that was a real rivalry. And so that was cool. But I do have BYU advancing. I know a lot of Pokes fans are about it, but I think I picked, I didn't pick CSU or New Mexico to advance, but then I was kind of kicking myself because both of them almost did. And it would have been nice to see the Mountain West represented well in the bracket in March Madness and in the Sweet 16. So games continue tomorrow, which means that there will be a lot of wasted time. I think their majority they start up in the evening. Yeah, so evening is when the games start for the Sweet 16 tomorrow, but they continue through Friday night, and then we'll get down to the Elite Eight, and then hopefully we'll find out that Florida and Duke are in the big dance together so that I have a chance to win the bracket challenge that I'm in. If you're involved in March Madness, do you follow it, or do you just kind of wait until the end to find out if the people you picked in the big dance actually make it there or not? I know somebody who's really big into it, watches it all the time. Every year just refuses to fill out a bracket. And it just kind of confuses me because I'm like, you know the most about March Madness. Why are you not filling out a bracket? But again, it's all a guessing game, and it's like fantasy football too. You want to think these people that you pick and are on your team are going to just be outstanding and amazing, but you just never know any given Sunday what will happen. I guess March Madness too. Maybe it taints those really diehard fans. Maybe it makes them a little muddled so they don't fill out a bracket. But I always think if you know a lot about college hoops and college basketball, you should definitely be involved in some brackets. But I know somebody that watches it all the time, knows a ton about it, does not fill out a bracket for March Madness. So I just can't believe it. But I'll be looking forward to seeing how I do in my bracket. And then I'm trying to think of what's the next big sports thing. Of course, for me, it's going to be the release of the NFL schedule. Obviously, the playoffs for the NHL will be kicking off too. I love that. There's a lot of high school stuff too, high school track. Although I am not going to a track meet. We have I think my niece is in track. I should know that. But I'm not going. I'm not going to a track meet. After I've seen some people wielding batons and chucking them into the thing and those big heavy-weighted balls that clock somebody, I'm like, I am not going to a track meet. I am scared. I'm actually legitimately worried for my life after all those news stories that were reported about people being clocked with different type of track instruments or whatever, because I don't know, I have one heck of an arm, but my connection is not right. I could see myself being a young kid wielding something on accident into the crowd. So you probably have seen some of those stories on social media, but I know track's starting up for a lot of kids in Wyoming and in the region in general. So hopefully the weather turns, a little bit more nice as they continue their track meets. But the first start of April could be a little dicey, as Dawn says. So we do have a lot of stuff sports-wise to look forward to. Like I mentioned, the NFL schedule with which will be released. They don't have a set date, which is bizarre to me. I'm like, why can't you just set a date and make it? It makes no difference. But it's always like an air of mystery, and it's normally the second week of May. But if you don't know, I'm grabbing my Steelers beanie baby. This is the original beanie baby too. It's got the 1 star from the 90s though. My grandma got me this when she passed away. I took it from her house because I had left it there, obviously. But big Pittsburgh Steelers fan. As a matter of fact, I was featured on the Today Show as one of the biggest Pittsburgh Steelers fans in the country. Al Roker showed up at my work. I had no idea. They all lied to me and said I had to take work photos and stuff so that I had makeup on and I was actually dressed. Because if you know me, in the morning, I'm in my pajamas, unless I'm on TV. But Al Roker showed up at my work. I'm standing with my back to the door, and I'm grabbing my stuff because they want me to go change. I had just got done changing for the work pictures. They wanted me in my work shirt, obviously, because they wanted to promote my job on the Today Show. I had no idea. I turn around, there's this big like microphone in my face, big poofy microphone that you see on like like Hubble mic, whatever, in my face. And I turn around and it's Al Roker being here. And I had no idea, but he said, you've been picked as one of the biggest Pittsburgh Steelers fans in the country who have never seen a game. I had never seen a game live before. And they sent me to the Pittsburgh Steelers. On the field, I got to see Cam Hayward and Mike Tomlin and Juju and all kinds of players at that time. It was against the Baltimore Ravens and ended up losing that game. And some fans that were there wanted me to come back. So they hooked me up with tickets and I got to see the Steelers and the Patriots play in December in Pittsburgh with Tom Brady. And we beat the Patriots. And not only that, the next night I went to the Penguins and the Boston Bruins, and the Penguins beat the Bruins. It was a Boston beatdown for Beantown in Pittsburgh, and I got to be there. And during the Tom Brady era, that was extremely rare for them to lose to the Steelers. But that year was the last year Tom Brady played, I believe, for the Patriots, or one of his last. And we ended up getting a win not only against the Patriots, but the Boston Bruins. And so if you're a sports fan, you know what I mean about holding on to those little glories. And for me, that was actually a big, big glory because Boston travels extremely well in general, but especially in Pittsburgh because it's just a quick flight over. For that Patriots game. It was packed with Pats fans. For that Boston Bruins game, packed with Boston Bruins fans. And it was just good to have the Boston beat down for Beantown. And being able to be there live was a memory in sports that I'll just never forget. But back to the point that I originally wanted to make 7 minutes earlier is that I'm waiting for the schedule because even though I am a diehard Pittsburgh Steelers fan, I'm a big University of Wyoming Pokes fan as well. And I'm a big Josh Allen fan. Well, the Pittsburgh Steelers are hosting the Buffalo Bills this next season. Now, there is one game, and I really hope, I'm praying really hard, just even right now. There's one game on the Pittsburgh Steelers schedule, one home game that will be played in Dublin, Ireland. I hope to gosh, up and down, that it is not the Buffalo Bills game because I have folks with season tickets that have said that I can get those tickets for a steal of a deal once that schedule comes out, and I know that it's not the Dublin, Ireland, because I'm not going to Ireland to see that game. No way. I'm getting married. I can't even afford to go to the Pittsburgh Steelers game if I didn't have friends that gave me a good deal on tickets. But the Pittsburgh Steelers will be hosting the Buffalo Bills. And as we all know, we're such big Josh Allen fans that I want to be able to see my Pittsburgh Steelers take on Josh Allen with the Buffalo Bills. He may not always be with the Buffalo Bills. And what's even crazier is Aaron Rodgers might actually play. Aaron Rodgers might actually be playing for the Pittsburgh Steelers. That seems to be getting closer and closer. Russell Wilson is now going to the New York Giants. We have Mason Rudolph for the Pittsburgh Steelers, which we have a lot of faith in. And so I'm hoping that works out. But it sounds like if Aaron Rodgers doesn't retire, the really only place left for him is the Pittsburgh Steelers. And so I'll be watching that. But it would be kind of cool if I could go see Aaron Rodgers and potentially his last year and seeing Josh Allen with the Buffalo Bills taking on my favorite team, the Pittsburgh Steelers. It just seems like it's fate, but it also seems like it might be fate if that's the game that's played over in Dublin, Ireland, because I'm trying to save money for a wedding. So I'm not sure exactly how that will work out for me, but I'll be letting you know if I make it to that actual game or not here. All right. Well, let's get Mr. Don Day on. Don, how are you?
I am good.
What's your morning like?
Well, my morning's pretty easy. When you get a big high pressure ridge like this overhead, it's like, well, I should have just slept in this morning.
Well, like I said, I don't think you ever sleep because you're up late doing forecasts. You're up early doing forecasts, and that's just how it rolls. But wow, some things changed this weekend, Don. I am one of those people that is so scared of driving in adverse conditions, especially in Wyoming, that I am traveling back from Denver on Saturday now opposed to Sunday because Sunday just looks a little worse.
Well, yeah, we do have a storm system coming in this weekend. And, it's one of these good news, bad news situations. I mean, the good precipitation, and we count on this time of year to start getting more wet. So that's good. There's going to be a lot of places in the state that pick up some badly needed moisture, but it will mean some slick and wet roads. The good thing is it's so warm right now that I think a lot of the snow that falls will be a very wet snow, and the warm temperatures and the warm pavement will melt some of it as it falls. However, this is one of these situations this weekend. The mountain passes, the higher elevation sections of Interstate 80. It doesn't matter how warm it is. Those areas will always get snowed on this time of year when the conditions are right. So do be ready for some travel concerns this weekend. It's going to be a classic late March, wet, rainy, snowy situation.
Yeah, I think Saturday because it looks like it'll still be wet that day across the state, but at least it'll be in the 50s. On Sunday, it looked like things getting a little bit cooler.
Yeah, that's
like
when
you
the
said.
cold air comes in. The first round of moisture Friday night and Saturday is probably mostly rain for the plains. But Saturday night, Sunday, some cold air leaks in out of Canada, and that's what's going to change over the rain to the snow, especially above 6,000 feet. I think that's kind of where you're going to see the best snow chance.
Well, Dawn, I have to tell you something. The last couple of days you were talking about, seeing the tulips and stuff, and I wasn't quite sure whether or not you were, if that was true or not. And because I have a bunch of tulips outside my house and I hadn't seen anything sprouting up. Well, lo and behold, I just had a bunch of leaves over them.
There you go.
Tons of leaves. I have so much new growth. I'm so excited.
I know the leaves that accumulate in the fall that you don't get quite rake up that blow in the winter does cover that up. That's why it's fun this time of year. You pull those leaves back and you'll say, oh, either, oh, I'm happy it's coming up, or, oh, I forgot I planted it.
Yeah, I'm happy they're coming up. I planted the tulips like 2 years ago. I've never actually had a flower on them. So I don't know what I've done wrong, but I'm hoping this year's the year.
Maybe this is the year.
Yeah. All right, Dawn. Well, it's always a pleasure chatting with you. And I can't wait to have you on the show again tomorrow morning and just talking more weather, more gardening, more fun. It's just always great to chat with you.
We'll see you then.
All right. Thanks, Dawn. All right. You heard Dawn mention that we're going to get a little dicey for the weekend. So keep that in mind if you're traveling back for spring break, which I know some folks that are doing so. You're going to want to be in the know. Check that 511 Y app and stay in the know. All right, we're going to take a break. I'm Shireen Herrera filling in for Jake. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show.
From Yellowstone to Devil's Tower, the Bighorn Mountains to the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, Will Crow About Crowheart, and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? Protects endangered wildlife and habitats, or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
The challenges our planet's animals are facing sometimes feel a bit heavy.
The animals haven't eaten in a day, 2 days, they haven't drank anything, they're cold, they're dehydrated.
As soon as we started our descent, everywhere I could see was mud, just absolutely mud.
The country has been in prolonged drought for so long, there's like a tinderbox waiting to go up.
Okay, very heavy. Each of us wants to be part of the solution, and we can be. Remember that there's good happening right now. At home.
All right, we were able to get into your unit, and we have all 4 of your cats. So,
okay. And around the world. For any animal in any disaster. So let's focus on that, right? Be part of the solution, one rescue at a time. Search IFA.org for
Wyoming does not elect judges. Commissions have nominated candidates to be appointed by the governor since 1972, a process the late former U.S. Senator Al Simpson put forth successfully as a ballot initiative when he served in the Wyoming legislature. Well, Democrats claim President Donald Trump's administration wants to dismantle Social Security. Republicans, including Wyoming's congressional delegation, say otherwise. And the war of words ramped up Tuesday in a Senate committee. Cowboy State Daily's Sean Berry reports that the latest salvos were fired as the Finance Committee held a confirmation hearing for Frank Bisignano, a longtime banking executive whom Trump has nominated to lead the Social Security Administration.
Today's hearing was not so much about him, but about Social Security and the future of this program. All three members of Wyoming's congressional delegation say there's nothing to worry about. Social Security is going to continue just as it is, and retirees can count on those monthly checks. Some in Congress think the Trump administration is trying to undercut Social Security through staffing cuts, closures of offices, and that eventually he might want to do away with the whole thing, maybe privatize it. Wyoming's three members of Congress say no, your benefits are legally protected. Senator Cynthia Lummis does think there's understaffing in Wyoming field offices. So the question is, at what point does the search for efficiency turn into, oh wait, I'm a Social Security recipient, I can't get anybody on the phone, I can't go to an office. The Trump administration has pledged efficiency across government. Fine, but what happens when somebody doesn't get their check and needs to put food on the table? Wyoming's congressional delegation is aware of these concerns, but I think that they feel that the critics are just fear-mongering and that Social Security on the whole is perfectly okay. They are not worried about reductions in payments, for example.
Barrasso said some media reports about Social Security are, quote, just plain wrong. That's including an Associated Press story saying the Rock Springs field office is on a list to be cut. And now let's take a look at today's weather with Cowboy State Daily meteorologist Don Day.
Well, if you liked yesterday, you'll really like today, and you'll really like Thursday. Unseasonably mild air will cover the state under a big ridge of high pressure. We won't have that much wind, and temperatures will be 60s and 70s on the plains, 50s in the high country. So a nice meltdown going on. Now, we do expect a few isolated showers and thunderstorms to begin to develop Thursday in some parts of Wyoming, and especially on Friday. Then over the weekend, we've got some rain and, yes, even snow coming to parts of the state. In fact, most of Wyoming will be impacted by a Pacific storm this weekend. More on that for you tomorrow.
You can get Don's full forecast on the Cowboy State Daily website. I'll be back in just 15 seconds with more news.
They want to know if we received a relay call before?
Yes, go ahead.
We need to have a party catered. When you receive a relay call, someone who is deaf, hard of hearing, deafblind, or has a speech disability is calling you. It could be the most important call of the day.
U.S. Postmaster General Louis DeJoy's last day turned out to be Monday, with the embattled chief administrator unexpectedly leaving before his replacement has been found. DeJoy's early departure does not signal the end for the controversial Delivering for America plan, however, which has attracted widespread criticism in Wyoming. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that it's still not clear if afternoon pickup for Wyoming mail will be impacted under the plan, which starts April 1st.
On April 1st, when this regional transportation optimization plan rolls out, Wyoming may lose afternoon pickups under this plan at some point. It's not clear exactly what's happening. I've sent numerous emails trying to understand what's going on. I get responses back that say, nothing's changing. Well, obviously something is changing because we have this regional transportation optimization plan. If you look at their website, under that, regional transportation optimization means any post office that's 50 miles or more from a regional processing and distribution center won't get afternoon mail pickup anymore. So Wyoming doesn't have any of those under Delivering for America.
U.S. Representative Harriet Hageman on Monday said she is not stopping her fight for rural postal service in America, indicating she believes there's still a concern for mostly rural Wyoming. A semi-truck pulling a pump and a belly dump trailer full of bentonite smashed through the side of a storage shed and a vehicle, then continued to tear halfway through a house Monday in Upton. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland spoke to locals who say the semi-truck had come into town headed north on Highway 116, and instead of stopping at the main thoroughfare of Highway 16, the truck drove through it and smashed into a storage shed, then a vehicle, then plunged into a nearby home.
I talked with Mickey Remington, who owns that diner that's in that area, and she owns the shed that got smashed, and she owns the home. She rents out the shed and the home that got smashed through. She said everything was just a little off that morning. She was running late to work. The people who use the shed for electrical equipment didn't happen to be in it. And the man who rents the home from her, when he'd normally be in the shower or starting up his truck for the day, he actually chose to go and lie back down in bed. And even though the truck shoved him in bed against the wall, it would have taken him out had he been in the shower.
Remington added that the driver is a local man whom she knows. She said the man was taken to the hospital, was back on the site within 2 hours. He walked into Remington's business, apologized, and gave her his insurance information. A 41-year-old Casper man was in circuit court on Tuesday on charges related to stealing a truck idling in a driveway Saturday night. He then somehow escaped a hail of bullets from the truck's owner. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that Casper police arrested Angelo Arvizo shortly after 9 p.m. Saturday after receiving a call from the owner of a GMC pickup that his truck had been stolen.
There was a Casper man that had started his truck up and left it idling in his driveway, and then he looked out, he said 5 minutes later, and saw that it was missing. And so he apparently grabbed his pistols and went out to see what was going on, and he sees his truck going down the street. So he proceeded to fire. Initially, he didn't tell police that he fired at the truck, but when they caught the truck at Smith's Grocery in Casper, they found bullet holes in the windshield. So then the owner said, yeah, I fired 5 times at the truck. Well, they actually found 11 casings in the road outside of the truck owner's house. To complicate the story, the truck owner grabbed his car, took off after his truck, and then proceeded to bang into the truck with his car to prevent the truck from being driven.
The Natrona County District Attorney's Office requested that charges against the pickup's owner for shooting at the alleged truck thief also be submitted for review. And preparations for Yellowstone National Park's summer season are underway. And one area of Yellowstone that the park's managers and scientists are monitoring closely is Biscuit Basin. The thermal area near Old Faithful has been closed since July 23rd of last year after a massive hydrothermal explosion. A black diamond pool destroyed the boardwalk, scattering tourists and sending refrigerator-sized rocks hurtling through the air. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that the thermal feature has been closed ever since and will remain closed for now because it's still active and could erupt violently again.
I spoke with Mike Poland, who's a scientist in charge of the Yellowstone Volcano Observatory, and he told me that after the hydrothermal explosion under Black Diamond Pool, the pool is readjusting itself. There might have been some changes in the subterranean plumbing that changed the behavior, so the pool is basically trying to sort itself out. So there have been several smaller hydrothermal explosions since then that the park is monitoring, and that's informing the National Park Service because they don't know what this thermal feature is going to do in the future. There could be more of these explosions. There could be bigger explosions. So they're not going to rebuild the boardwalk and reopen Biscuit Basin to the public until they know for sure, or at least have a handle on what Black Diamond Pool's behavior is going to be now and moving forward.
There's currently no way to forecast hydrothermal explosions in Yellowstone or anywhere else in the world. However, the ongoing activity at Black Diamond Pool could reveal patterns and signs of an imminent explosion, which could potentially save lives. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. And you can watch this newscast every day by clicking subscribe on our YouTube channel, or you can listen to us on your favorite podcast app. Thanks for tuning in. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
All right, back in action. Shireen filling in for Jake on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. Always great hearing from Wendy, getting a look at the news. We actually will have Andrew Rossi on here momentarily. She was mentioning Andrew in some of his stories. I think Andrew and I are friends on Facebook, so looking forward to chatting with him a little bit more. We'll have him on here momentarily. But this is the last week of March. Enjoy this nice weather. The sun looks gorgeous out there already, so I'm going to do a walk outside, some stuff outside. I have a lot of work behind the computer. Greg mentioned, though, when you're one of us that works behind a computer all day, we've got to make time to get outside and enjoy this nice weather. March Madness will continue tomorrow with the Sweet 16, so a lot of folks will be enjoying that, wasting some time, maybe going to some establishments, having a refreshment or two. Make sure you're always safe and don't drink or drive while you're imbibing and enjoying March Madness. But again, the Sweet 16, and I'm doing great in my bracket, so I hope that continues on. CowboyStateDaily.com, that's the place to go if you're looking for your news and you want to know what's going on in your neck of the woods. They have many categories that you can search. You can subscribe. And don't forget to make sure you hit subscribe on YouTube, because then you'll be in the know on breaking news, live videos. When Jake's back on the morning show, that's right. He'll be back soon. He's enjoying some spring break and a much deserved break. We'll have a lot of folks, spring breaks vary across the state. They also vary with public schools versus private school. And so I know folks that are on spring break right now. I know other folks that have spring break next week. And so we will have some folks doing some traveling this weekend, whether they're heading out on spring break or coming back from spring break. So be in the know with Don Day and his forecast for this weekend, which could always change. From Monday, it changed to today, and it actually made me change my whole entire trip from Denver to come back on Saturday versus Sunday, because it does look like things will get a little squirrely come Sunday on I-80 and I-25. I'm Shireen, filling in for Jake. Glad to be here. Appreciate you listening and being kind and patient. And I had John Beggs on yesterday, and John will be filling in on Friday morning. I know he'll do fantastic, and you'll reach out and comment on Facebook on that live video and tell John how awesome he's doing. And so he'll be here not only Friday morning, but also Saturday morning, as he's got a new show with Cowboy State Daily. Love to see something live. That's what this is too, by the way. I'm not as used to live for 4 straight hours as I am for just a few hours in the morning. And usually I'm playing music so I can, jam out, do the air drums and all that while I'm going in between what I'm about to say. But for this show, it's all live, and John's show on Saturday is also live, and he does just a phenomenal job. And he can talk about pretty much anything. So that makes this a good job for John. I'm not as great, and Jake does a phenomenal job too. So appreciate your kindness, appreciate your support. And if you can, give John a shout out or myself and some encouragement. We've heard from a few people on social media that were nice, a few that were not so nice, but also getting some folks in that have commented on Jake being gone and me filling in and not doing too terribly of a job. So I appreciate that. Looking forward to having Andrew on here. Also looking forward to, even though I haven't heard from my buddy, but I'm sure he's coming on, Joshua Corsi with the Muley Fanatic Foundation. He'll be on. They just wrapped up Mule Deer Days, which I heard was a phenomenal success. So shout out to them and kudos to them. All right, let's take a quick break before we get Andrew on with the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show.
Wyoming is the Cowboy State. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Julie was always a voracious reader. she'd carry 2 novels on an airplane because she'd read one on a 3-4 hour ride. And at some point, I began to notice that she would read a page and couldn't remember what she had just read, and she'd have to go back and read it again.
I don't remember much these days after I read, but less does for me, and I love it.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
Beautiful day in central Wyoming. I'm Shireen filling in for Jake on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. Glad to be here. Glad to be with you as we have another guest. I really want to get something that says guest time. Do you remember Blue's Clues? Mail time. I really feel like that's something I should do while Jake's gone. Let's get Andrew on here momentarily. Andrew, how are you?
Good morning.
Morning. How's your morning going?
Oh, it's not too bad for a Wednesday.
Good. Awesome. Well, I'm glad to get you on the show. I appreciate you joining me. I think we're friends on Facebook, right?
Yeah, as soon as I heard that you were going to be subbing in, I wanted to, get the lay of the land, so to speak.
Yeah, do a little stalking. I mean, we all do some social stalking, whatever.
It's the 21st century.
Yeah, I do it all the time. Andrew, you're one of my favorite writers for Cowboy State Daily, and I'm really glad to have you on here. I was trying to look at some of the stuff you've written recently. I think the biggest thing that I have been chuckling about, and I actually saw YDOT share this, but that snowplow driver getting stuck in the drift. I'm like, bummer.
Yeah, that's something else, isn't it?
Well, after 22 years, it's bound to happen.
Oh, absolutely. And the thing that everyone was saying as I was trying to get interviews together for that story is you never know what you're going to encounter on the Chief Joseph Highway. And if you've driven it, you understand why. It's narrow at several spots, it curves constantly, and they're tight curves. So in this case, Sean was just going through his route. He thought he could get through this giant snowdrift. He couldn't. But he figured if he gave it enough momentum and enough steam and enough speed, he could get through that final 50 feet to get back to the pavement. Then he hit a berm, launched the truck, and then he got stuck to the point where he couldn't get himself out.
So, Andrew, in that case, what happens? Did he call somebody? Did somebody come and get him? Because that's a remote area that does not have cell service.
Well, it's really shows the professionalism and just how well that these guys know their jobs and know what to do. So he saw that snowdrift. He went to a spot where he had cell service and he called for backup pretty immediately. He said, "We need a grader up here. We need another crew." So by the time he got stuck, there was already a crew coming to help him, and they just had the extra task of hitching up a chain to drag his truck out and then get the job done. So yeah, there isn't cell service up there, but Sean knew what he needed to do before he did it. So that just shows how professional they are while they're up there.
Wow, yeah, having that preparedness too, Andrew, is really key. And I think if you can be like him and really try to think about what the worst case scenario might be or how things shake up and be prepared, that obviously helped him out in this situation a lot.
I think everybody would be happier if more Wyoming drivers had that same level of foresight, including myself. I don't have that same level of foresight when I go out on these things because the weather can change suddenly, and especially with the elevation changes, you don't know if the conditions that you have where you are, which is usually lower, are going to be the same when you get higher, and they often aren't.
And you being a reporter and a journalist too, there's times where you have to go out in the crazy elements and go out no matter what. And I think that right there, I mean, you just sometimes can't choose whether or not you have to go out because the story needs you.
Oh, absolutely. And there've been some dicey situations, but nothing that I haven't been able to handle adequately, at least since I got a four-wheel drive car. That makes a difference.
Good for you. Yeah, yeah, that's a good thing in Wyoming. I have an all-wheel drive, so I feel like that's safe as well. But if you can have the four-wheel drive, Andrew, tell me a little bit about yourself because I'm using this as we have so many new listeners for the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. We have folks that tune in for the first time all the time, and so as I'm getting to know you folks as well, I thought this would be a good time. So, Andrew, tell me a little bit more about yourself.
Well, I am based out of Cody, so I do a lot of reporting about issues in Northwest Wyoming. I do a lot of Yellowstone stuff since Yellowstone's right next door. My background, I'm the only person in the history of my university to graduate with a degree in geology and theater. So that's made life interesting so far. So yeah, I came to Cowboy State Daily. I've been the news director for the Bighorn Basin Radio Network, now called Bighorn Basin Media, for several years, and then needed a change. Cowboy State Daily picked me up, and it's been a glorious almost 2 years working and just exploring my unusual beat because I might have the best beat of anybody on the team just because it's so broad and has such an eclectic interest to it.
Definitely. What kind of theater do you like? I love theater. I'm a ham though.
Well, that's hams are great on stage. I'm a ham myself.
I love it.
Thoroughly seasoned ham. But I like all types. I actually co-founded a theater company up here in Cody called the Cody Theater Company that works out of the historic Cody Theater. I
Oh
know the
yeah.
owners, they retrofitted the space to turn it from a movie theater into a venue for the performing arts, and we've done a lot of great things up there. Very happy to be a part of it. So I love Shakespeare. I love musicals. I love it all. Just a chance to give people a good show, get them thinking, and give them something to watch and enjoy.
Please let me know next show you're on, okay? I want to come up potentially and see you.
Sure thing.
I love that. I just I missed it, but I was really bummed. But our local college, Central Wyoming College here in Central Wyoming, they had a production of Bright Star, which is Steve Martin's musical.
It's a good show, and they have a good program down there at CWC.
Yeah, they do. And the Steve Martin musical was just one that I'm like, why kicking myself that I didn't go. So if you could do that up in Cody, I'd appreciate it so I can make the road trip up.
You'll be the first one I let know.
Good, Andrew. What are you working on as the news director, or what are you kind of guiding here with Cowboy State Daily as we approach the weekend?
So I'm looking at a variety of things. I mean, there's an inexhaustible source of stories in Yellowstone, and I've been tapping more into that recently. So I'm pretty excited about where all of those things can go. But there's several local stories, and I look out for just weird and interesting things. Like a good example, this is out of Denver, but I'm hoping that the owner gets back to me. But somebody found a pristine 1979 Mustang in a barn, and it only had, I think, it's like somewhere in the neighborhood of 30 actual miles on the odometer when they picked it up. So I've reached out to them. Hopefully, I'll be able to get in touch with them, and just a bunch of other various things. My whole thing is just finding weird and interesting things that are happening in the state or relevant to the state and seeing how I can roll with them. So it's like, yeah, my weirdest story recently that I would encourage our readers to revisit because I'm quite proud of it is the time the immortal caveman Vandal Savage killed a Thermopolis detective in an issue of The Flash published by DC, and I'm very proud of that story.
Where is that on? I'm looking at right now on your latest from Andrew Rossi. Where how are you? Is that coming out or?
No, it came out about a week or two ago.
Okay. Well, you write so much. You just got to scroll back. Okay. Wow. All right, folks. Yeah. Why did an immortal caveman kill a Thermopolis detective in a 1987 Flash comic? And you actually have a picture of the comic?
Have pictures of the comic, and I managed to find and interview the writer of the comic. He lives in Fort Collins, so I was able to call him up and just ask why, of all places, does the Flash see the immortal caveman kill a cop in Thermopolis? Why does Thermopolis end up in a comic story? And he told me it's basically, I was looking at a map. Flash was running across the country with a human heart for a transplant because that's what you do in superhero comics, and Thermopolis was along the way, so that's where it happened.
I also thought one of the interesting things you wrote about is about Saturn's rings. I did see this a couple weeks ago. They'll disappear and then completely a few years later. I thought that was interesting because you're not only giving us information about obviously people have been looking to the sky with the blood worm moon, but also just reminding folks that they'll disappear for in a few years completely.
Yep, it's just a natural way that the planets position themselves and our perspective of Saturn relative from our perspective on Earth, and that Saturn's turning and the rings are around its central axis. So over time, the rings get wider, and then as the planet shifts and our perspective shifts, they get smaller and smaller to the point where they're perfectly on edge. So when we look at Saturn, it doesn't appear to have any rings because the rings are they're so thin, they're wide enormously wide, like I think up to 200 or 400,000 miles wide, but they're only 100 meters or so thick at their thickest point. So when they're on edge, it's like they're not there from our perspective.
Well, last question. We have just a couple minutes here, Andrew. And since you're in the Cody region, and you wrote the story about the bingo and the bars getting shut down for illegal gambling, what's kind of been the talk or chatter up in town?
It's people don't understand, I think is the basic gist of it. So I mean the law is pretty clear on these things that bingo can only be hosted by nonprofits and charities. Like that is the law, and that's not a law set up by the Wyoming Gaming Commission. The Wyoming legislature passed laws regulating who can and can't do bingo. And fairly recently too, I believe the last like draft of the statute was in 2022. So we're not talking about like something in the distant past that was passed. It's fairly recent. But the thing about it is like at least the one that I know the most about, because I mean I've attended bingo games before up in Cody, but Cody Craft Brewing, they don't have no cash changes hands. They just do it as something fun for people to do on Saturday night. They have bingo cards, they play music, and they do that. And the prizes they hand out are just like, here's a Cody Craft Brewing hat. So a lot of people, that's the same sort of question I had is it's been happening for years. Like it's not like suddenly everybody and their mother started doing a bingo game and it got reported. These games have been going on for a long time. So why now was it suddenly an issue? And again, we got confirmed that it was one anonymous source who submitted that complaint to the Wyoming Gaming Commission, which led to the crackdown. And nobody knows who that person is, and everyone wants to know why. And it's not because of a retribution thing. It's just because it's been going on for this long. Why is it now an issue? And why did somebody feel the need to report everybody all in one fell swoop? So it's a lot of mystery to it. It was something for these places to do. And even though it was in violation of the law as it stands, I think this could get enough momentum for people to say, well, maybe that law should change or it should be amended so that there's a little more latitude. Because I think the general consensus with these businesses and the people who went to these bingo games was that it's not gambling, it's just something for us to do at a time when there's not a lot going on. And I think anyone in any Wyoming community can relate to that to an extent.
Yeah, Andrew, and I would like to mention one thing, and if you can pass this off to any of the folks there, one workaround for this might be partnering with an NGO or a nonprofit or an organization that would actually be facilitating the bingo game itself. And in the law, they're allowed to do that, correct? Nonprofits or organizations that are fundraising, correct?
I believe they are. They have to be nonprofits that are recognized in the state of Wyoming for at least 3 years. So yes, the Catholic Church does qualify, because that's a question that I got several times for whatever
I was
reason.
gonna. We have that here. The Catholic Church does bingo night all the time.
Yeah, they've been recognized by the state of Wyoming as a nonprofit for over 3 years. So
Right.
you're good there. And I think a lot of places are looking into doing that so they can keep things going. So there could be positives that come out of this. It's just such a bizarre thing that after so many years of bingo games, all of a sudden somebody decides to make a call and the entire thing gets quashed. So it's just one of the quirks of living in Wyoming, I guess. And I thought it was a fascinating story. So it was fun to put that together.
Well, Andrew, appreciate chatting with you. And I look forward to a follow up. Maybe we'll see a story on cowboystatedaily.com following up if there's any news. All right.
Time will tell.
Yes. Andrew, we'll chat soon.
See you Friday.
Bye bye. He's great. I like Andrew Rossi. He's writes some of my favorite stories with CowboyStateDaily.com. I'm Shireen, filling in for Jake.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Wednesday, March 26th. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. Wyoming's lone congressional representative, Harriet Hageman, told Cowboy State Daily last week she had no plans to cancel any of her town halls after a raucous forum held in Laramie last week. But escalating threats of violence have changed her plans. Hageman announced Tuesday that she's canceling in-person access to two of her upcoming town halls in Cheyenne and Torrington. Cowboy State Daily's Leah Wolfson reports that she will only host the events virtually because of, quote, Democrat threats of violence.
The Laramie one was a town hall held last week where she experienced a lot of very aggressive people in the audience screaming profanities at her and things of that nature. There wasn't any physical confrontations or anything like that they're aware of, but it was kind of a very aggressive night, yet she stayed on the stage for more than an hour and dealt with it. After that, there was a town hall held in Wheatland that was, for the most part, a pretty tame affair, but a woman who the Platte County Sheriff told me was about 60 to 70 years old tried approaching Hageman after the event and was kind of approaching in a kind of somewhat aggressive manner.
Hageman said her town halls will be conducted virtually until it seems safe to resume in-person events. The human remains found by a game warden on Sunday in rural Washakie County have been identified as those of Brianna Mitchell, who disappeared nearly 2 years ago. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that the then 28-year-old Worland woman has been missing since July 2023 after her vehicle was found stuck on a rugged two-track road in rural Washakie County.
She was driving in the backcountry in Washakie County, and it appears that her car got high-centered and she left the car and went off on foot. It's not clear if she was wearing shoes or barefoot, because they did find barefoot tracks around the car. So who knows? Perhaps she went to get help to try to get out of there. It's just not known at this point.
Mitchell was identified through dental records. She was one of 81 missing people in Wyoming dating back to 1974 who are listed on the Division of Criminal Investigation's Missing Person database. Well, Democrats claim President Donald Trump's administration wants to dismantle Social Security. Republicans, including Wyoming's congressional delegation, say otherwise, and the war of words ramped up Tuesday in a Senate committee. Cowboy State Daily's Sean Berry reports that the latest salvos were fired as the Finance Committee held a confirmation hearing for Frank Bisignano, a longtime banking executive whom Trump has nominated to lead the Social Security Administration.
Today's hearing was not so much about him, but about Social Security and the future of this program. All three members of Wyoming's congressional delegation say there's nothing to worry about. Social Security is going to continue just as it is, and retirees can count on those monthly checks. Some in Congress think the Trump administration is trying to undercut Social Security through staffing cuts, closures of offices, and that eventually he might want to do away with the whole thing, maybe privatize it. Wyoming's three members of Congress say no, your benefits are legally protected.
Senator Barrasso said some media reports about Social Security are, quote, just plain wrong, including an Associated Press story saying the Rock Springs field office is on a list to be cut. I'll be back with more news right after this.
When it comes to building and managing your wealth, our Hilltop Bank Trust and Wealth Management team will help you determine the best route for your specific journey, utilizing our expertise and resources. Visit one of our locations in Casper, Cheyenne, or Gillette to learn more about Hilltop's financial planning, investments, and trust services. We're here to build your confidence about your financial future. Trust and wealth management products are not FDIC insured, have no bank guarantee, and may lose value.
Preparations for Yellowstone National Park's summer season are underway, and one area of Yellowstone that the park's managers and scientists are monitoring closely is Biscuit Basin. The thermal area near Old Faithful has been closed since July 23rd of last year after a massive hydrothermal explosion of Black Diamond Pool destroyed the boardwalk, scattering tourists and sending refrigerator-sized rocks hurtling through the air. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that the thermal feature has been closed ever since and will remain closed for now because it's still active and could erupt violently again.
After the hydrothermal explosion under Black Diamond Pool, the pool is readjusting itself. There might have been some changes in the subterranean plumbing that changed the behavior, so the pool is basically trying to sort itself out.
There's currently no way to forecast hydrothermal explosions in Yellowstone or anywhere else in the world. However, the ongoing activity at Black Diamond Pool could reveal patterns and signs of an imminent explosion, which could potentially save lives. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
I had a pretty normal mom life. Everything was pretty good, and it was a very happy life.
And we just had a new baby. And then all of a sudden, within a day or two, she's on life support and fighting for her life.
They told me my only chance was a heart transplant.
And the American Heart Association helped make that possible. Their research helped save me.
The American Heart Association funds research that leads to medical breakthroughs, trains people in CPR, and certifies hospitals to provide the best care for people who've had a heart attack or stroke.
I am very thankful for the American Heart Association.
One simple act today can save your life or the life of a loved one.
Heart disease is the #1 killer in America. To learn more about how the American Heart Association is saving lives, go to helpheart.org.
Glad to be back here. I am Shireen, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show, filling in for Jake on a beautiful Wednesday across Wyoming as we're enjoying sunshine and warm temperatures. And most folks will be close to 80, if not in the 70s or close to 70 tomorrow for Thursday, the warmest day this week across the state. And Don Day, of course, will have more with his forecast. He does say things will switch up this weekend if you're like me and you're traveling. I'm already switching up my plans because I'm not going to be on I-80 or 25 on Sunday with the snow and the cooler temperatures. They have some temps that'll be right there at freezing, so you could have some split conditions with that weather system that's moving in. But of course, Don Day will give us all the info we need to know because things could change. We could not see much at all, but Don does expect things to get a little dicey on Sunday as far as weather conditions. So we'll have more with Don and of course his weather report, and then we'll have him back on the show tomorrow. I'm more interested in talking more gardening things. I had no idea Don Day was such an amazing gardener and had all the info and all the details, and I found all my tulips popping up thanks to him. Cleaned out the leaves, which is definitely on the list for the last week of March and for some of those outside cleanup things that we want to get done. Whether it's outdoor cleanup things, you want to take a hike, this is a great week to do that. Setting that tea time, definitely setting that tea time if you're into nice golf weather. Tomorrow would definitely be it. By the way, I live in an area that has 2 of the best golf courses in the state, and the top 5 golf courses in Wyoming. 2 of them are here in central Wyoming. Riverton has an amazing golf course, and then Lander also has a phenomenal golf course. As a matter of fact, I have to say Lander's golf course is one of the best places to watch the Lander 4th of July fireworks. They have an insane 4th of July. If you've never been to Lander for the 4th of July, you're missing out. Now, I fast forward to Du Bois, and I had to Du Bois for their 4th of July parade now because I broadcast that live, but they bring out all the tanks from the military museum for that 4th of July. But the Lander Golf Course is a great place to view the Lander fireworks for the 4th of July. But finding out that 2 of the top 5 golf courses in the state are right here where I live, pretty cool. I did ask the golf coach for CWC. I said, was Jackson Hole's golf course in there? He said, no, it didn't make the top 5, I don't believe. So that was interesting. I'm Shireen, filling in for Jake on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. I'm looking forward to having some fantastic guests. And tomorrow we should have Kathy Holman on the show and Brandy Sorensen joining us to talk about a really popular news story. But right now, let's get Claire on. Claire, how are you? Are you there, Claire? All right, we'll wait for Claire to join us here momentarily, but she'll be on the podcast here in just a moment. We'll get her on. Hi, Claire.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. I had to grab my coffee. Sorry.
No, I wish I could have grabbed my coffee. I realized I'm out.
Do you need a second?
No, it's okay. I'll wait, and I probably don't need any more coffee, to be honest with you. I've had about 3 cups at this point. I'm already pitting out.
Okay. Okay. Well, let's not tell anyone.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, right. Yeah, we're not live on any TV thing or anything. Claire
Right.
McFarland, it's so wonderful to have you on the show. I'm filling in for Jake, but I know of you. You're super well known, not only in Central Wyoming where I'm at, but in the state as well. So, Claire, how's your morning going?
Really good. How about yours?
Good, good. I've been learning all kinds of stuff and learning more about all the folks who work for Cowboy State Daily. We've had some great guests on. We'll have Kathy Holman on tomorrow. And she obviously has a story that I still am just my eyes. Every time I think about it and read your story, my eyes are just like saucers.
Hmm.
So we'll have her on tomorrow, hopefully.
Okay. Yeah. I imagine she has a media background.
Yeah, I've
So,
known her in radio and media for quite some time.
okay.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
you didn't even need help with that connection then.
No, we used to work for the same company and, yeah, definitely, help each other out every once in a while. So she was very kind and, is going to join and hopefully get, the young man's mom on, Brandy, as well with her. So, I'm crossing my fingers that, I don't push any buttons wrong, when that happens because you know how that goes. But, yeah, that'll be a good guest. But Claire, I wanna talk about, all the stuff that you do for Cowboy State Daily, and what is your background? Because everybody I know knows you.
Oh, well, I started at the Ranger.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so they used to oh gosh, back late 90s and early 2000s, they used to have this practice of keeping a kid columnist, and when I was in 5th grade, my teachers were Kay Fabricus and Chanel Stanley. I don't know if you know either of them.
No, I don't.
Um, and they were sneaking my written work off to Steve Peck, the editor of the Ranger, and I didn't know it at first. But one day I was at home, and the editor of the Ranger called, like, "Hey, would you like to come in for an interview to be our kid columnist?" And he was very sweet and made it look super official for me, and did this whole interview. So I started writing a column at that time for a couple years, and got distracted, absent-minded in high school and quit. But then later, as a young mom, circled back and asked if I could write a column again, and he said yes. And then later, I that just expanded and expanded and expanded.
Yeah, that's phenomenal. We're both in Central Wyoming. I see you out and about at events and things as well, but now I can officially come up to you and say,
Yeah,
"Hey."
I listen to you all the
Yeah,
time.
say, "Hey, I'm Shireen. Nice to meet you officially." But it's glad to be able to meet you on the Zoom. But you're also really busy, and so you talk about being a parent, talk about working as a journalist and a reporter. How do you kind of manage that? Because I mean, having kids alone is a nonstop job.
I have a screw loose. Um, no, well, I mean sometimes, but my kids are great, and they they understand the news life. I mean, my 11-year-old, who's pretty mature, has been to like a murder sentencing, and then early on, you know how local news is, like
Mhm.
you're chasing sirens, you're climbing fences, like you're just always you're
Yep.
going somewhere. And so early on, when I was just a local reporter, like they were in it for the chase with me. I brought them to things. I brought them to work. I brought them to crime scenes. And I know that's a little weird, but it's been special for us. And my husband is very helpful, and we have family here too, so that's great.
Yeah, that makes it easier, the support for sure, but journalism, reporting, and Cowboy State Daily, it's 24/7, 365, so I always have a little empathy and a soft spot, for folks that, manage their personal lives and children and all of the activities and the sports and the organizations, and then also flip that to serve their community and be at every event, be writing and, Claire, you've written stories that are really emotional too and really hard. How do you take care of yourself mentally? You know?
Well, I run.
Yes, I knew that.
Yeah. Well, I've seen you at those races.
Yeah.
Do you ever get to join, or do you always have to MC those?
I always MC, and for a good reason, because I hate running. I ran cross country in school. I went to Billings Central Catholic School, and we had Father Steve, our father, who was just the most amazing man, and he would run cross country with us. And when you have your father running with you, you don't ever slow down. It's like you're just intense all the time. And we had to run, it was 10 miles every day. And so I decided, unless I'm running from the cops or a bear, I'm not running again.
Oh, wow. 10 every day. So was
Yeah.
that at a 1 or was that a 2-a-day practice, like 5 and 5,
We
7 and
did
3?
we did some 2 days, but a lot of times it was 1, at Billings Central from what I remember, although
Oh my
I'm having
goodness.
trauma already thinking about it. But yeah, I have seen you. I think I kind of hide behind the microphone. I love that I can tell you this even though other people are listening. I think I hide behind the microphone because I don't wanna do the 5K or the run, but I'm actually getting more into wanting to actually do one. So, I'm throwing this out there, Claire. If there is one, I can't do the pink ribbon run because I do MC that one and I have to. But if there is a
Mhm.
5K that you see that's somewhere here and you're involved in it, I might be enticed if you invited me.
Okay. Okay. I'll bear that in mind. In Riverton, it's sparse. It's
It
not a
is.
run
Yeah.
community at all. I know
Lander has
Lander
more, right?
yeah. And Lander's intense too. I think they have a big, like, 30-mile trail run coming up or something.
Yeah, I don't
You're
want
you're
any
going
no, no, I just want the 5K barely where I can, like, walk, run, or jog.
All
Alright,
right, well, I'll bear that in mind.
Claire, what's your next story that you're working on for Cowboy State Daily?
I never tell the radio person what I'm working on because it's bad luck.
Ooh, I like
2 times
it.
I have told Jake, I've been like, "Jake, I'm gonna call this person, see if I can shake this down." Both times, the idea has blown up and I haven't been able to produce the story. And I'm like, there's something to this.
I think you're onto something, and that's okay. And I love the era mystery and a little bit of tease too. And Claire McFarland, she's always writing fantastic stories. My favorite one was the full semi trailer smashes through the shed, the house in Upton. I loved your conversation with Wendy, Claire. By the way, just love both of you. But your conversation about just the things being off that day, isn't that weird and just kind of fate?
Mhm.
You know, the lady
Yeah.
was late and all that.
This is where I love to get the people on the ground. It's 'cause okay, 'cause okay. 'Cause the bigger the agency, the more delayed the response. And so when Highway Patrol is statewide, so naturally the spokesman is like, well, I gotta run this through so and so or whatever. I gotta make sure everything. And you get it. Like they want everything to be airtight. They don't want the official word from the agency being um something from the hip. And so you get it. But the statement from Wyoming Highway Patrol came out like 6:45 in the evening yesterday. What was that, 4 5 hours after the story. And so I kind of expected that. I'm like, well, I don't think I'm gonna get anything from the agency. So I just started calling people that were that had businesses in the vicinity of the wreck. Like, we're gonna get eyewitnesses. And I talked to the tow company, and that's I mean, what you write in that case is a compilation of eyewitness or responder statements, and so it's not what gets taken into court. It's not or if in this case it sounds like it's just a citation, so not a huge court case. But it is fascinating, and to know what she went through that morning, I think is the real story.
I agree, and kudos to you for doing that groundwork. I think a lot of times people would wait for that system, which takes a while, and really, late news is old news, and in this day and age, and in this game, you just can't be that way. And so, for you to take it one step further, take the time to call. People don't even like calling people on the phone anymore, but you can still get things done in Wyoming that way.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
yeah,
love
just
that.
cold calling.
Yeah, just cold
Hi.
calling. Yeah. I mean, but that's such a loss. Like, I mean, even myself, I think about it and I'm like, I don't know if I would just call people. I would text them. But if you don't
Ye-
have their number,
Yeah, it's weird because I have cell phone numbers for some people too, like some officials and in law enforcement or wherever. And for the most part, throughout Wyoming, like Claire has my cell phone number. she's going to call if she wants to get the story, or Cowboy State Daily, Mark, whoever they work with, has my cell phone number. They're going to call if they want to get the story, and I'm going to help them get the story right. But there's some really, really teeny tiny communities. One in particular I'm thinking of that is not where we are, where they'll bristle, police chief be like, how do you get my number? And how do you know anything about me? And the press grows, and I promise the other police chiefs aren't that freaked out by it. I'm sorry, I don't know, but yeah, it's getting to be working for Cowboy State Daily. It's getting to be where you just, after a while, people are like, she's gonna call. That's okay.
Yeah.
She's not that scary. The press isn't that scary. They're gonna call.
Yeah, and to get the right information and to be able to get that out too as well. I know that's important to you, Claire. The last thing I have to say is I thought this was funny to mention you. I don't know if you know how many people have a crush on you.
Well, you should tell them that I have 4 children.
And you're married. Yes, I know.
But and a husband.
But you know how it is for ladies in media. I just have to tell you, I hear a lot, and I said I was going to be able to talk to you, and people get all, oh, Claire McFarland. And I'm just chuckling because I'm like, I wanted to say that to her live on the show, make you blush this morning. But
damn, my nose is beat red. Tell them that too. Be like, you're going to give me an allergic reaction. You say stuff like that. And then you'll see how foolish you are.
Yeah, well, you are beautiful and you're a fantastic writer, Claire, and it's been great getting to know you a little bit here on the show. I know we'll chat again while Jake's gone, and then he'll be back and all normalcy will take place again.
Well, thank you. It's lovely to meet you, and I will keep that race in mind.
5K, and I'll see you in town, okay? We live in the same area.
All right, see ya.
Bye, Claire.
Bye.
All right, great to get Claire McFarland on. You can find all of her stories online with cowboystatedaily.com, and she's just phenomenal. I'm not joking, too, when I tell you about people having a crush on her. I've had multiple people tell me that, and then also when I said to somebody that I was going to get to chat with Claire, they were a little jealous, and so thank you to Claire for joining the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. I'm Shireen, filling in for Jake. Thanks for being here, and thanks for tuning in.
Cowboy State Daily is all about Wyoming. Daily features include our popular sunrise photo of the day, our daily Darwin, Same Guys Dancing, and more. You'll enjoy our regular Wyoming life features, daily video newscasts and podcasts, and frequent opinion pieces from a carefully curated collection of the state's finest columnists. All of this in addition to the core mission, providing statewide news coverage in a clear, plain manner with up-to-the-minute breaking news when and where it happens. Cowboy State Daily's collective of reporters, photographers, videographers, and editors are dedicated to quality, unbiased daily journalism here in Wyoming. Find out why Cowboy State Daily is considered Wyoming's largest and most experienced newsroom. All it takes is one visit, cowboystatedaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
Alex is just...
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions. And it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff, like making sure your kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
Alex is just
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions. And it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
All right, folks, we are back in action. I'm Shireen, filling in for Jake on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. I'm pretty excited because I have one of my favorite humans on the show with me. How are you, Mr. Joshua Corsi?
Good morning to you, Shireen. How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm really excited. I'm filling in for Jake. Things are going pretty well. I'm liking it so far, and yeah, he'll be back after next week.
Sounds like a great. You're a good fill-in.
Thank you.
What a
Thank
great
you.
opportunity for you too.
Yeah, no, it's been great. I've been able to meet and get to know all the Cowboy State Daily crew a little bit more and talk about some important things, which is why I have you on the show this morning and being able to hear from folks and being able to, just get in the know. And if I ever fill in for Jake again, yeah, it'll be a lot easier.
Very nice. I like the ball cap, by the way.
Thanks. I had a bad hair day. It's getting a little crusty, so it's wash hair night tonight because I only only can wash my hair every few days because of the way it is. But I had to turn my little heater off in my. You know how it is. We live off the grid a little bit, and it gets cold in my studio.
Yes, it does.
All right. Well, Joshua Corsi is with the Muley Fanatic Foundation, and Josh has been on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show before, but I wanted to get a chance to get Josh on because I want to know how Mule Deer Days was.
Oh my goodness, we're recovering. We were 100 miles an hour, burning the candle at both ends for 5 days. Really, it was a 3-day show, but the setup prior to it. It's a heavy lift, and there's too many people. I would be remiss to not recognize that there are so many people involved to be able to pull that event together. But there is one individual I would like to highlight, one particular individual, and this is I had never met this individual until this weekend. Wyoming Game and Fish Department has a volunteer database that they are able to send out requests if you're interested and your calendar is free. And we had this gal from who works at the port of entry named Tinsley Brownlow, who showed up and just said, "No, I'm here to help. Let me do whatever, and I'll carry the load." This gal was a rock star, and anybody who knows Tinsley, I'd never met her before, but if anybody knows Tinsley, she is not one who's probably going to tell you that this is what she did all weekend long. She is just very humble and just. But I'm telling you, she carried a huge load for us, and there was many others. But just the thought that somebody, I even had joked with her. I said, "Tinsley, do you have a life? You're spending your free time on a weekend to drive down to Rock Springs on your own dime to get a hotel from an email that Game and Fish said, 'Hey, if you don't have anything going on, we need some help at Mule Deer Days, and this is your idea of fun.'" And we started very early and we went very late every night. There was a dinner Friday night and a dinner Saturday night. And then, of course, the show wrapped up on Sunday at the events complex. But yeah, she manned a booth and just did anything and everything. And so yeah, there's many volunteers that help with this, but this gal was a rock star.
I have goose pimples, not just because I'm cold, which I am, but I have goose pimples, Josh, because volunteerism is a big topic that I have, and to have that drive that you mentioned that Tinsley has, I hope people who are listening or folks might take a leaf out of her book or encourage their kids to be that way. Yeah, it cost her money, but it's for a great cause.
Yeah, absolutely. And really that is it's just like conservation as a whole in this day and age. It's all about collaboration, working with other stakeholders. In Wyoming, that involves many private landowners, federal and state partners, the Wyoming Game and Fish Department, of course. But it takes the individual sportsman and sportswoman as well. We all have skin in the game in the arena of conservation, and if you care about wild things and wild places, then there are many conservation groups. That's the one thing that's great about God's perfect square is Wyoming is host to many, and there's an opportunity with many different groups to get involved, and whether that's boots on the ground and leather gloves and projects in the summertime or stuff behind the scenes and working on policy stuff. Yeah, there's a tremendous amount of opportunity when you talk conservation and preserving and protecting the things that we hold so dear. So.
And volunteering is a great way to give back. If you can't afford to donate or you can't afford to be a member of the Muley Fanatics, you can always volunteer. They have some great programs. And I have to ask, Josh, anything fun or funny from Mule Deer days? I'm mainly talking about Cody Robbins because, he's a goofy man.
He is a goofy man. In fact, him and I are we're getting on a plane tomorrow, and he's flying from Canada, and I'm flying out of Salt Lake, but we fly into DC, but our Virginia chapter has an event Saturday night, and Cody's going to be able to come to that event as well, which we're excited. But that guy is just such a goofball.
He is.
I mean, he is just like he's just like off, just enough.
Yep, that you love him.
Yeah, but you love it. Yeah.
Well, Josh,
Yeah, he certainly was a highlight of the event for those that wanted to visit with him, and he hosted a seminar while we were there talking about a recap of, the guy lives the life when it comes to hunting. He shared he spent about an hour on a seminar just recapping the hunts that he was a part of last year in 2024, and I mean, that's what he does for a living, but gosh, to be on those adventures and to have those experiences that he had last year, it's a life worth living for sure.
I think it's really cool that Cody Robbins, Live to Hunt with Cody and Kelsey, has chosen and wanted to represent and be a star for the Muley Fanatic Foundation. He's known all over the world. I mean, he was Jim
Yeah.
Shockey's cameraman.
Right? Yeah, it's pretty humbling when I think about that. But the guy's passion for mule deer, he just loves it, and it's not forced, it's not fake, it's not just to promote his show. He absolutely just adores mule deer, and he is, he shared with the crowd firsthand on the Friday night at the dinner that we had, the Kuyu Deer Camp, the devastation that chronic wasting disease has had on the herd in his area in Saskatoon. And I in western Wyoming, it's not as prevalent as it is in other parts of the Cowboy State. But boy, when you live with it and you deal with it firsthand and on an intimate daily basis in your own backyard, the devastation is real. And he spoke at great lengths about, hey, this is coming, and what it will do is absolutely horrendous. And it was an eye opener for those of us that live in Western Wyoming that we see or we hear about a positive test in a new herd unit every year. But you give this some time, and it takes hold, and it can absolutely hit a herd.
Yeah, we have a lot of it here in central Wyoming where I'm at. As a matter of fact, my 80-acre property used to be littered with mule deer, and now it's only whitetail, which now that I live here, I'm really bummed about, of course. But also, it's just a reminder. We talk about, the gentleman Neil that you had on your podcast, and he's in his 90s, and what, he saw with the mule deer numbers in central Wyoming or other areas too. And It's just crazy. And so with Mule Deer Days, I imagine that CWD conversation, I think Game and Fish had her seminar as well, was pretty well attended.
Yeah, that in fact, of all the seminars, that one probably had the highest attendance, which was great, because we've had the same seminar, at least in content or subject matter, the last couple years with the other two Mule Deer Days events that we've had, and it really didn't have the priority, I think, that I thought it deserved. So to see that many people attend that seminar on Saturday morning, that was a very positive sign. I think that just is a testament that people are taking note and wanting to learn more. Your area, though, since you called it out specifically, I'm going to share with you the project herd. That herd has the highest prevalence of all herd units in the entire state, and it's near 80%. That's significant.
That's huge. It almost makes me cry, but I won't. Just because I love this landscape so much, but I love what you guys are doing, the Muley Fanatic Foundation. I just thank you from the bottom of my heart, Josh. But also thank you to Game and Fish and Cody as well for making sure that those are uh, seminars that have a lot of knowledge to them. Since I wasn't in attendance, even though I wanted to, but I was getting ready to fill in for Jake. Can I ask, was there any light at the end of this very dark tunnel?
Yeah, I think the light at the end of the tunnel is, it really comes down to the individual level. I think we often talk, or there are efforts to point fingers at a state agency, or there are conservation groups that get involved. Um, but we're all in this together, and I tried to impress upon folks on Friday and Saturday, and at our life member only gathering, let's challenge ourselves to know that each one of us have a role. Citizen science is very important, but sportsmen and sportswomen at every level. And I think there's a huge success in the fact that we had so many folks that attended Mule Deer Days, that if a fraction of those folks were able to just take hold to the message that maybe I do need to get a little bit more involved. It wasn't that long ago that a season setting meeting had a room full of people, and nowadays, even all the mule deer meetings that the Game and Fish Department hosted around the state last year. I attended many of those meetings, and many times there were more red shirts in the room than I think history. It's on our watch right now of our responsibilities and our stewardship care. Let's get involved. Let's just put a little bit more effort, and that was the challenge. Not to be necessarily involved with Muley Fanatic Foundation or any other group, but just be involved in the process. And we seen this past legislative session, we seen a lot of bills that were wildlife related or eccentric, and that's going to continue to come. And it's going to take sportsmen and sportswomen to be involved, and let our wildlife management agency do their job, and have the experts and the science speak volumes to what the decisions are being made.
Yeah, we have a direct attack on our heritage and our way of life here in Wyoming. It seems on a more consistent basis this year than I feel like I've ever seen, but maybe that's just me, Josh. But talking about being involved, let's talk about an event you guys have coming up, Echoes of the Track with the doc himself, Mr. Kevin Monteith, and the crew with the Monteith Science School.
Yeah, this is a new event, Shireen. We're always trying to be innovative and always trying to raise the bar. We've been such a strong proponent of sound science and research, and this is an opportunity to partner and co-host an event with the Monty Shop in Laramie. It'll be taking place on April Center, which is, if you haven't been to the Gateway Center, I mean, it's got to be the top facility in the state in my mind. I mean, it's absolutely first class, top to bottom, inside and out, and we're really excited about it. It's different, but it's an opportunity to showcase the science that's going on within the state, the research, and they're all right people. I kind of like them.
I love them.
Yeah, Dr. Monteith is salt of the earth. I mean, you talk about a blessing to have him and his team. That is a lab full of great scientists. That the reason he calls it a shop is he didn't want people to think of folks in in white coats and petri dishes inside. Now, these are hands-on people. These are folks that are just wrapping up their spring captures with the critters that they've got satellite collars on, and the battery or suite of tests that they put on these critters. And the knowledge gained has been significant, and not just in Wyoming, but across the West. And it's beyond mule deer. They're doing work on bighorn sheep and moose and pronghorn as well. But mule deer specific, I don't know of an outfit that's doing more work and research for mule deer than the Monty shop from the University of Wyoming.
That'll be April 5th in Laramie for that event. And I know the muleyfanatic.org website has some more info. I've seen a lot of stuff on socials, the Monteith shop too. You can search them out on social media or online, and they have information. How do folks get tickets for it?
Yeah, so we've made it real easy. Tickets are available at muleyfanatic.org. You can just go to our website under events, Echoes of the Tracks. And what's interesting about that is we knew that this was going to be an important event. We knew that there's already been a ton of support that's been rallied around research. We've seen that just from the mechanism that folks have continued to support research. The PhD project that we launched in 2015 came with a hefty price tag. And, one ticket at a time, we generated support for folks to be able to have their skin in the game and support that project. And so when we visited with the Gateway Center, we committed to doing this event for 5 years in a row, right out of the gate, so we could lock in the date and we could build some momentum. So,
Good.
year one's going to have some hiccups, like anything, but we're going to continue to polish it and make it better. And I just think it's such a key and instrumental part of what our effort has been, that folks need to have a direct opportunity to be able to come to the university. And we're going to co-host this event with the Monty shop. And so, yeah, give it a try. If you have, nobody's been to it before because it's new, but I think it'll be much different than some of the other events that we've had with our chapters. This one will be unique, and I think it'll be something that years to come will be. It'll be that one thing you want to put on your calendar in April every year because it's going to be great.
And you know what I love about being a member of the Muley Fanatic Foundation is I always get a sense of pride. And I'm not sure who came up with the idea to have this scholarship program and the MFF Fellow, but the Muley Fanatic Foundation, and one of the reasons I love being a part of it, is you guys have decided to invest time and money into sound science. And by doing so, you have this scholarship and the MFF Fellow. And every time I talk about it, I just have a sense of pride.
Yeah, me too. Thanks for saying that, Shireen. An MFF fellow is unique in that we don't know. And Dr. Monteith, he had done what research he could just to try to see if there had ever been a fellow working on a PhD project that was specific to mule deer. He wasn't able to turn anything up on that. And I would imagine that he would have had the resources to be able to identify that. We launched that 3 years ago, our first MFF fellow. Now, Dr. Taylor Lashar has moved on to a professorship at Utah State University. And the second MFF fellow, Rebecca Rafferty, just an outstanding human being and a fabulous scientist. And I think we're in good hands with her work that she'll do over the next couple of years. But yeah, it is. It's the old adage of put your money where your mouth is. You're going to support science. It's one thing to support a project, but it's a completely different wheelhouse to support an individual that is doing work specific on mule deer in what I believe national treasure, our Wyoming range herd in western Wyoming. So it's a very field intensive job, a lot of moving parts to that. There's a lot of information out there. I've tried to have her on the podcast a few times just to talk about the details because there's so many, and it's always evolving and moving and changing. And then you get variables like weather that change the effort. And so yeah, we're very proud to be aligned with that. And I would say, much like you, I think it's just a great sense of pride to be able to know that you have a small part in doing this. So.
You had an episode on your I think it was Taylor Lashar. I want to say maybe it was Rebecca Rafferty. It was the summer you started, And it was after that crazy winter where we just had devastation. And she recounted or, recapped kind of an experience she had and getting all of these dings on these mortality collars. And she had such a love relationship with these animals. I was crying in that podcast. I mean, I could feel it.
Yeah, and and her ability to be able to share the experience, yeah, if you listen to that and it doesn't pull at your heart, then maybe you just don't understand the significance. But yeah, you talk about carnage and just the that 2 week window where
Mhm.
every 20 minutes a mortality signal was being received, and knowing that these weren't critters that just were exhausted. These were critters that starved to death,
Right.
and that's a very painful way to go out.
Yeah, and
You
I
know, they recovered all the collars and then, did the necropsy on these critters, and to see that their bone marrow had just been depleted, to know that they lived until their very last breath, just trying to hang on. And yeah, you're right. That was pretty touching. I'll remember that for all my years.
Me
That's
too.
permanently stored in my mental Rolodex, despite wishing it hadn't been. So.
Well, I imagine some of those kinds of stories, though, will be at Echoes of the Tracks on April 5th in Laramie, and that's what I wanna tell people is, it's emotional, but it's so good to know this information.
Yeah, you're right about that, Shireen. And it is a fundraising event, but it's a different fundraising event. Research comes at a high price. There's a significant cost involved when you talk about helicopter captures and the implementation of technology linked to satellite. Those aren't cheap. And what's exciting about this event, though, is that the Monty shop, when we had this discussion initially about organizing this event, is the team, despite their heavy lift and schedule that they have, we were able to land on a date that gave them that window to be able to participate. But then, the of scientists within the Monty shop, it was like this invigorating effort to want to lead these fundraising efforts and put the fun in fundraising. And so they've got some really cool. I'm excited to just see what the things that I already know that they're implementing and what they're coming up with, and then to see them come to fruition. It's going to be really darn cool. I'm pretty excited about this event.
All right, April 5th in Laramie, muleyfanatic.org. You can find more there. You can also search out the Monteith shop. I've seen them share it on socials as well. If you're just tuning in, Joshua Corsi with the Muley Fanatic Foundation is joining us. I'm Shireen Herrera, filling in for Jake on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. Josh, one of the my favorite things that the Muley Fanatic Foundation does is the Putting the U in Hunt program. How are things going, making plans for this next year?
Uh,
Did I freeze up?
can't tell if you're still here, Shireen. It looks like you have frozen up
Oh, can you
on.
hear me? Hold on. There you
Oh,
are.
there we go. There we are. Hey.
uh, so I'm wanting to know how the Putting the U in Hunt program is going for this next hunting season.
So, yeah, I'm so glad you mentioned that, because this program survives by word of mouth. And what the program is a program that we have had since our inception to put youth with terminal or life threatening illnesses in the field. We do 8 of these hunts a year, and we have 2 openings. And the HIPAA laws prevent us from being able to go to schools or hospitals to get this type of data, or to be able to recruit or find and reach out to folks that might be interested. But if you know of a youth, and it doesn't matter where they live, we've had youth that represent now 38 of the 50 states. And again, it doesn't matter. They can come from Connecticut, South Carolina, Arkansas. If you just reach out to us and let us know, and give us the contact information to reach out to the parents or the guardian, we'll take it from there. But it's an exciting program. It's a life-changing program. It's really beyond my vocabulary to share what impact it has, not only for these families. We always bring out the youth, and then mom and dad. We've had families that needed to bring out the other siblings as just because they didn't have folks at home that could help watch kids while they were gone, or maybe the kids were too small. No limitations to the program. As far as the number that participate, we fly them into Rock Springs. We have elk hunts that we do in, excuse me, in Southwest Wyoming. We have an elk hunt that we do in Area 100, that red desert country. And then we do an elk hunt up by Sundance. And we've done a pronghorn hunt up there as well. But this is a program that, while it's small in our overall activity as an organization, it's probably the most impactful and the most certainly the most meaningful. If anybody that is associated with this can attest, it's phenomenal, and there's opportunity if folks want to get involved. Certainly, packing out elk is not for everyone, but we can always use more willing people to be involved and go on these hunts with us, and it's yeah, it's life changing. I mean, what it really does is it humbles you to the point to realize that you take for granted when you get out of bed every morning and you walk to the bathroom or the coffee pot.
Hmm.
There are folks that we hope that nobody ever has to go through these circumstances, and in a perfect world we wouldn't, but that's not the case. And we've had 112 children go through the program. All of them have had harvest success. But it really, the success of the program isn't the harvest of the animal. It's the break and the regimen of their daily routine, to just come to a place, see this great, vast, wide open spaces that Wyoming affords, and be hunters and share and celebrate that and the heritage that we hold so dear.
And I was lucky enough to go on a hunt a couple winters ago, and Josh mentioned, and we go back to volunteerism and ways to give back, whether it's volunteering at Mule Deer Days for a few hours or reaching out and helping with the Putting the U in the Hunt program. You need folks, because I'm always amazed at the crew like Rowdy Anderson. He has a full time and a half job. He's got 3 extremely active children. He's
There it
also a lover of hunting himself. But during hunting season, he takes a full week off of work and time with his family, and he dedicates that to finding those kids an animal. And there's a number of folks that do that for the Muley Fanatic Foundation, and it is just awe-inspiring.
Yeah, Rowdy, you talk about salt of the earth. I Rowdy's a very close friend of mine, very close, and his whole family is wired that way, and it starts with mom and dad. It starts at the dinner table, and he's raising good stock for Wyoming. I can tell you that.
Yeah, if he can raise some more around here, that would be
Right?
phenomenal, because I know his kids, I know his family as well. And again, I think I often use him and his wife as examples of, like, if we could have a queen and king volunteer and leaders in Wyoming, I would nominate them instantly.
I would second that
Yeah.
nomination.
Let's get
Yeah,
that. We'll get that award going.
yeah.
But
Not, but don't let Rowdy know though. I mean,
yeah.
it'll go straight to his
Oh,
head.
yeah. It'll get big. Yep. Yep. Yep.
Yeah,
All right.
big as a Dallas Cowboy star.
Yeah, well, Josh, I have to talk about one other thing, because I love it, and I think it's really cool that the Muley Fanatic Foundation also spends some time on it. But your podcast, Wild Things and Wild Places, how's that going? Are you enjoying it?
Yeah, it's coming up on 2 years here in just a couple months. We launched that on the 4th of July intentionally in 2023 as kind of our nod to just know and say that we couldn't even have the blessings of being able to talk about mule deer or mule deer conservation if it wasn't for the sacrifice that many have made. This is our time on the timeline of history, and what are we doing? And we're not that far removed from a time when folks dropped everything for freedom, and that resonates with me very deeply. That sacrifice allows and affords us to be able to live in a nation, to be able to express our freedom on a daily basis, and when you get to do that every day, you take it for granted because it's just everything you've ever known and have always known. But so we launched it intentionally just to be mindful of that. An episode comes out every Tuesday, and that's initially I there's no way I could have forecasted almost 2 years worth of episodes, now nearing 100. That how would we continue to find and maintain worthy? Uh, but but for whatever the reason is, and because you edit all of the podcasts and you produce them. I think we have done a pretty bang out job of always keeping it fresh and keeping it interesting. I've never felt like we've had a podcast where we were just trying to fill the space because we had to have a deadline and we had to have something out to maintain the consistency. It Every week has been able to provide an opportunity to showcase something that is directly tied to the effort, and I'm pretty proud of it. To be quite frank, it, it's it's meant a lot to me just to be able to meet and visit with a lot of people. And I've said it many times, we have a bunch of wonderful resources in Wyoming, natural and wildlife, but our greatest resources are people. And this has been an opportunity to meet many of them. And so I've enjoyed it immensely.
I'm extremely proud of you. You just do a phenomenal job. Not only are you a great host, but you genuinely care. You're always thinking about new content, whether you're talking about promoting sound science, you're talking about an event, putting the U in hunt. There's been podcasts where, Josh is talking to a family. Their kid is wheelchair bound. They're on the podcast, and you're getting this emotion, and you're getting ready for a hunt. And this kid is so excited. There is every angle on your podcast, and I think that's what keeps it fresh. Is you really have full circle, come full circle with all of your content and your episodes, and I love it. And I think you're just doing a phenomenal job. So I hope people subscribe to Wild Things and Wild Places. You can find it on any podcast channel. Also, muleyfanatic.org. You can find a whole list of the episodes there. One of my favorites was Governor Gordon and Bob Budd.
And those two play off each other so well.
So
But
great.
I mean, certainly Governor Gordon, just the man he is, the position he holds. It's a worthwhile effort to hear the governor's take on issues
Mhm.
related to wildlife. But gosh, Bob Budd, you talk about a storyteller.
Yep.
That man, dude, I would love if someone says, "All right, you have an opportunity to have, um, you get 6 hours to sit around a campfire with one guy. Who would it be?" I mean, we may need an adult beverage, but I'm telling you, it'd be Bob Budd all day long.
Yeah.
I just love that guy, and you some people when they speak, you just shut up and you listen because they reek of wisdom and experience. That's where that guy is. I just texted him a few weeks ago. I was on my way to Riverton, and every time I pass the Red Canyon, comes to mind every time for the 12 years he spent there and the stewardship care that he has for the land, the working lands, our wildlife. And yeah, I don't know, that guy's in my top 5 favorite people of Wyoming for sure.
I agree. I got to meet him at Camo at the Capitol a couple years ago, and he was just hilarious. His mustache, too, kind of just makes him super professional seeming.
Yeah, he's got that iconic, I don't know, that the old westerns with Sam Elliott and Tom Selleck, they were just like the aura of good, and
Yeah.
that's where I put Bob Budd.
Well, I did have one last question. I know we're running out of time, and I've kept you. I could talk to Josh Corsi, though, pretty much all day long. I did want to ask on if you are involved any other roles, because something I love about you, Josh, is you serve on boards and roles to try to make a difference in other areas, not just for mule deer. Are you serving on any boards or roles for organizations?
Yeah, so right now I'm still in the middle. Well, I'm at about the middle point of a 3-year term that was an appointment from Secretary Holland when she was the Interior Secretary for the Bureau of Land Management Resource Advisory Council. We'll be meeting again on April 23rd. That effort has had some ebbs and flows of real active and consistent efforts, and then some that have just gone by the wayside. But I would like to give a nod out to Director of our state BLM, Andrew Archuleta. He's a good leader, and he's really put the effort in to bring the BLM Resource Advisory Council back to an active state. And right now we're navigating a change in administration and a new director to be. And so, but it's an important effort that folks all over from across the Cowboy State that are serving in this capacity get to have an opportunity to be able to work with our federal partners and talk about the issues at the landscape level. And so I really value that opportunity. But here recently, one that I'm incredibly excited about, I was just appointed to the Wyoming Stock Grower Land Trust Board of Directors, and that's huge for me. Personally, primarily because, I realize and recognize that 50% of our state is made up of private lands, and that private landowner is such a key element to a healthy habitat that our critters may winter or summer on. And so I have a lot to learn. I've never been a rancher or owned a large piece of land, and their efforts with conservation easements, I have certainly supported and been aligned with and have helped fund. But this is an effort and a process that I'm going into it very green. I'm going to do a lot more listening and a lot more learning, and then let that grow into understanding and knowledge, and then assist where I think I can. But I'm very excited, and the people that I've already been able to interact with and get to know that are on that board, first class. So
Awesome. All right, Joshua Corsi, Muley Fanatic Foundation, also the host of the podcast Wild Things and Wild Places. P.S. I am not getting my dad jokes in the morning, and you're in trouble.
It happened is, and
your new phone.
You talk about anxiety. This is a true story. So I don't know how long I've had an Android, all my life. I don't know if the original cell phones, the flip phones, were called Androids, but I have always had some sort of Android phone. And my phone went out last Tuesday prior to Mule Deer Days. You talk about stress level, it was through the roof. I mean, that thing's my office. And so I went to the Verizon store, and yeah, we can fix your phone, but we got to send it off. And I can't be without a phone.
Right.
It's unfortunate, and I hate it more than anyone that it's a ball and chain. But they had a promotion that would no cost at all. I could turn my phone in regardless of whether it was in working condition or not, and they would give me a new one, but it was an Apple. And so I have switched to an Apple, and it is like trying to learn a new language. It's completely backwards to me. I'm struggling. And so
Aw. I like that you have an iPhone now because I can see the little blue thing. It's blue now when you text me or I hear from you, but I understand it's a learning curve. I'm sorry you
yeah,
had to.
just be patient.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I expect when you can get us back on the dad jokes. But all right, Josh, we'll let you go today. I hope to have you. Well, I'm only filling in for the next week, but I'll talk to you soon. And I hope people subscribe to the podcast and show up at Echoes of the Track event on April 5th.
Shireen, thank you so much. You're doing a bang up job. Good job.
Thank you. Bye bye.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Wednesday, March 26th. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. Wyoming's lone congressional representative, Harriet Hageman, told Cowboy State Daily last week she had no plans to cancel any of her town halls after a raucous forum held in Laramie last week. But escalating threats of violence have changed her plans. Hageman announced Tuesday that she's canceling in-person access to two of her upcoming town halls in Cheyenne and Torrington. Cowboy State Daily's Leah Wolfson reports that she will only host the events virtually because of, quote, Democrat threats of violence.
The Laramie one was a town hall held last week where she experienced a lot of very aggressive people in the audience screaming profanities at her and things of that nature. There wasn't any physical confrontations or anything like that they're aware of, but it was kind of a very aggressive night, yet she stayed on the stage for more than an hour and dealt with it. After that, there was a town hall held in Wheatland that was, for the most part, a pretty tame affair, but a woman who the Platte County Sheriff told me was about 60 to 70 years old tried approaching Hageman after the event and was kind of approaching in a kind of somewhat aggressive manner.
Hageman said her town halls will be conducted virtually until it seems safe to resume in-person events. The human remains found by a game warden on Sunday in rural Washakie County have been identified as those of Brianna Mitchell, who disappeared nearly 2 years ago. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that the then 28-year-old Worland woman has been missing since July 2023 after her vehicle was found stuck on a rugged two-track road in rural Washakie County.
She was driving in the backcountry in Washakie County, and it appears that her car got high centered and she left the car and went off on foot. It's not clear if she was wearing shoes or barefoot, because they did find barefoot tracks around the car. So who knows? Perhaps she went to get help to try to get out of there. It's just not known at this point.
Mitchell was identified through dental records. She was one of 81 missing people in Wyoming dating back to 1974 who are listed on the Division of Criminal Investigation's Missing Person database. Well, Democrats claim President Donald Trump's administration wants to dismantle Social Security. Republicans, including Wyoming's congressional delegation, say otherwise, and the war of words ramped up Tuesday in a Senate committee. Cowboy State Daily's Sean Berry reports that the latest salvos were fired as the Finance Committee held a confirmation hearing for Frank Bisignano, a longtime banking executive whom Trump has nominated to lead the Social Security Administration.
Today's hearing was not so much about him, but about Social Security and the future of this program. All three members of Wyoming's congressional delegation say there's nothing to worry about. Social Security is going to continue just as it is, and retirees can count on those monthly checks. Some in Congress think the Trump administration is trying to undercut Social Security through staffing cuts, closures of offices, and that eventually he might want to do away with the whole thing, maybe privatize it. Wyoming's three members of Congress say no, your benefits are legally protected.
Senator Barrasso said some media reports about Social Security are, quote, just plain wrong, including an Associated Press story saying the Rock Springs field office is on a list to be cut. I'll be back with more news right after this.
When it comes to building and managing your wealth, our Hilltop Bank Trust and Wealth Management team will help you determine the best route for your specific journey, utilizing our expertise and resources. Visit one of our locations in Casper, Cheyenne, or Gillette to learn more about Hilltop's financial planning, investments, and trust services. We're here to build your confidence about your financial future. Trust and wealth management products are not FDIC insured, have no bank guarantee, and may lose value.
Preparations for Yellowstone National Park's summer season are underway, and one area of Yellowstone that the park's managers and scientists are monitoring closely is Biscuit Basin. The thermal area near Old Faithful has been closed since July 23rd of last year after a massive hydrothermal explosion of Black Diamond Pool destroyed the boardwalk, scattering tourists and sending refrigerator-sized rocks hurtling through the air. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that the thermal feature has been closed ever since and will remain closed for now because it's still active and could erupt violently again.
After the hydrothermal explosion under Black Diamond Pool, the pool is readjusting itself. There might have been some changes in the subterranean plumbing that changed the behavior, so the pool is basically trying to sort itself out.
There's currently no way to forecast hydrothermal explosions in Yellowstone or anywhere else in the world. However, the ongoing activity at Black Diamond Pool could reveal patterns and signs of an imminent explosion, which could potentially save lives. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
I'm Amy Grant, and I want to talk to you from my heart about the heart. There was nothing about my life that said, you have a ticking time bomb in your chest. But I did. I wound up in the office of a cardiologist because I was there with my husband. And at the tail end of that, the cardiologist looked at me and said, I want to see you. No one was more surprised than I was to learn I was living with a rare heart condition. He said, Amy, this condition, you'll be fine, and then catastrophic. A few months later, I had open heart surgery that saved my life. And I owe it to the research and life-saving medical breakthroughs developed by the American Heart Association. I'm grateful for the American Heart Association. Their research gave me more time to do the things I love with the people I love. So listen to your heart. I'm here today because I did. Learn more at helpheart.org.
Well, good morning. I am back. Shereen filling in for Jake on the Cowboy State Daily morning show. Looking at cowboystatedaily.com, I'm already upset about the Wyoming post offices may lose afternoon mail pickup. Renee Jean has that story at cowboystatedaily.com. But starting April 1st, I'm kind of wondering, is this an April Fool's joke? Again, remember when I said I'm really gullible? This person right here, gullible, party of one. Do you think is that a no? Cowboy State Daily wouldn't do that, but I don't deny that. That is true because Wyoming post offices and rural post, which is where I live, closest store is 25 minutes from me, 20 minutes, and I have a consistent issue with getting mail on time. I get a check from somebody that's in the same state every month, and it takes almost 8 days for them to actually be able to send that and me receive it. 8 days in the state. That's crazy. And then I just had to get some Priority Express mail from Portland. My mom lives over there. She paid $40 to have it Priority Express to me as a present. And it took 5 full business days for it to get here. I hope she gets her money back because that is not Priority Express. It was guaranteed in 2 days. But they did tell her that, oh, that's Wyoming. It might not make it there in time. And she went ahead and did it anyways. But obviously, there's a big issue with rural mail and mail in general in Wyoming as they are kind of outsourcing some of that to Denver. But that's kind of ridiculous. Like I said, I get a check from somebody in the state and it can take, and it normally does, 8 entire days from when they mail it to get it to me. Why is that? And that is so upsetting. I'm like, I needed what my mom got me a present. She sent it and then it took a whole week to get to me, and she paid $40 to have it Priority Express. So Renee has that story starting April 1st. Wyoming post offices may lose some afternoon mail pickup, and so it's not clear exactly which areas will be impacted, but she has the story in full, and yeah, we'll kind of wait and see. And maybe next week after April 1st, I'll have Renee back on the show and kind of ask her what she's hearing and find out, what might actually happen long term with post in Wyoming. That has definitely been a topic and a hot topic at that, pun intended for the store. But our post office is phenomenal. I in no way, shape, or form ever blame our local post folks. But our post office is great. It's not their fault that they didn't actually receive my package until they received my package, and they do so much great work here locally. And our post office is always, doesn't have a ton of people in it, which is great because a lot of post offices can have long lines. And then we have one of those annexes. And sometimes I'll like lose a package and I'll show up on the annex and I have to knock on the door and somebody answers it and they always find my stuff and they're always super happy to be helpful. So I do love that. And I do love rural post. I think there's just so many long-term folks that have worked in those situations and in those jobs. We have one male person here like 40 years. And so I really don't want to see any kind of rural post going away because the more things go away with the post, the harder it is for us to get things. I know a lot of people that still mail things. Like you could get a check digitally or direct deposited, but for a lot of bigger businesses and corporations, it's still just easier and better for them to be able to mail out checks. And you also talk about taxes. Folks and businesses have until the end of January to get the tax information to employees. Well, if you're waiting on post for an extremely long time, that could affect your actual taxes and if you're doing your taxes. So check out that story on the post and potentially not having that in the afternoon, cowboystatedaily.com, and Renee Jean has that story. All right, let's have Leo. Looking cool.
Looking cool. Yeah, it's driving down back to Cheyenne from Casper right now. How you doing?
Good. It looks sunny.
It is. It's a nice, beautiful day on the road. It's 45 degrees. We're that time of year where we see the crazy difference between the night low and the daytime high. So I walked out to my car this morning. There was a bunch of ice on the windshield, but I think we're still supposed to get up to like 67 degrees today. So it's kind of crazy.
Where are you heading to?
Coming back from Bar None, going back down to Cheyenne. Pretty interesting meeting last night. Our readers can look for a story later today. They're considering installing small nuclear reactors. A company is going to build these in the little town of Bar None. For people who don't know, it's like a suburb of Casper on the northeast side, or the east side. And yeah, so there was a town hall held in Bar None, talking about this company's plans. And very interesting. I don't want to give up too much because my story hasn't been written yet, but people can look for that. It'd be a pretty big deal for Wyoming, to say the least.
Well, Leo, I'm using this time a little bit to get to know a little bit more about you as well. You look like one cool dude.
Well, looks can be deceiving. No, I cover politics here in Wyoming, state politics. Just wrapped up the legislature a few weeks ago. So it's an interesting time for sure in America for politics, just in general. And I'm kind of trying to keep my ear on the pulse of what's going on in Wyoming. We're kind of entering the more slower time of the year, if you will. But I think with politics these days, it's not really a true slow time or an off season, really. So it's just kind of one thing after another. But yeah, been in Wyoming since 2018. Been with Cowboy State Daily since 2022. Yeah, we live in an amazing state here, a great culture and great people. So yeah, I'm blessed.
Leo, what do you like to do in your spare time?
I do a lot of skiing. That's kind of like my main hobby. I used to ski coach for quite a while, and I was competitive with it up until about college. But yeah, that's kind of my big thing. Actually, just got back from a bachelor party where, of course, we went skiing. But yeah, that's my big thing, and love getting out in the outdoors, hiking and biking and all that good stuff in the summertime.
All right. Well, Leo Wolfson. Leo, I'm going to let you go. I have my next guest on, but we'll chat soon.
All right, sounds good. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Right. Okay, Leo was on the move, and he was going from Bar None to Cheyenne there, so you could hear a little bit of an echo. Obviously, he's driving hands-free as he should. And we have our next guest. I'm really excited. Dr. Linda Ganaway is joining us. Let's get Linda on here. Linda, are you there? All right. Well, we'll check back here. She's got some great stuff. I'm really excited. I'm going to be like her guinea pig for her book and her information that she has, because we're going to talk about something that I am terrible at. And I'm really, I do all the time, and it's procrastination. I don't know why it is, but for some reason, I will procrastinate with the best of them. So we're going to take a quick break here, and we'll be back with Dr. Linda Ganaway, who's going to talk to me and you about some procrastination, and the author of Finally Stop Procrastinating and the Power of Life Lessons. That's coming up right here on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Meet Norm. He lives with anxiety, but with the help of this latest innovation from Be Normal, he can be normal, just like everyone else. With the swipe of a finger, you can project happiness, confidence, machismo. Why settle for being real when you can be normal? The Normal Maker, new from Be Normal. This item doesn't really work because there's no such thing as normal. We're all different. What we like, how our brains work. In fact, 1 in 5 of us live with mental illness. Don't filter who you are. Start by talking to someone you trust. And remember, there is no normal.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming, with a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven. Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So untouchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary. Allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, we are back. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. I'm Shireen filling in for Jake. The doc is in the house. Doc, how are you? Oh, your audio is not working, Linda. Can you hear me? Get muted. Let's see, ask to there. Double check. Hold on. Linda, I think you're muted. I think you have to unmute you. I might have muted you. Linda, I'm not hearing you. 1 second here. Let's just. Linda, can you hear me? Okay, you must be able to hear me and I can't hear you. I don't know why. Are you there? All right, Linda, let me take a quick break and we're going to figure this out. I don't know what the audio is doing here. Call me back on the Zoom, okay? Call me back real quick. 1 second. All right. All right, we're going to get Linda on here momentarily because I really need to speak to Linda about procrastination, which I do on a consistent basis here. So we'll get Linda back on the Zoom and try to fix the audio. Do you ever get those technical glitches where sometimes things just don't work out? And when that happens, things like this happen. So you just kind of adjust on the fly. And I think a lot of times with technology, and I'm not alone. And as a matter of fact, Josh Corsi with the Muley Fanatic Foundation was just chatting about changing from an Android to an iPhone. And when he did so, he was completely lost, didn't know where half of his things are. He's also has not been able to send all of us that are a part of his dad joke crew his morning dad jokes because I don't think he knows how on an iPhone. So technology stuff happens and issues with technology. I think we all deal with it. That's one reason why I stopped actually DJing weddings. Although now I should because I've realized how much people are getting paid for them. But I always felt so crazy when I DJ'd weddings about if the technology fails or I'm relying on a computer with all my songs. Especially back in the day, all the songs had to actually be downloaded. I still have a computer with 50,000 songs on it. I'm not sure if it powers up, but it was from when I DJ'd 15 years ago. So the songs aren't really up to date, but they're still goodies. But I was always so concerned and worried about the fact that you rely on this technology for somebody's biggest day. So I found that I really didn't like the stress that came with relying on technology and having to be at the whim of technology, which of course, for a show like this too, Cowboy State Daily, they rely on a lot of technology too. So it's our best friend when it works well, and it's our worst enemy when it doesn't work so well. So that's how that kind of shakes up here. So hopefully we'll be able to get Linda on and hear from her here and find out more about her great book and Stop Procrastinating and the Power of Life Lessons. And of course, Linda has some great information and some great stuff to talk about here. I know that I procrastinate. I'm one of the biggest procrastinators. And with that, I need to talk to Linda. Linda, let's see if we got you on here. Are you there? Oh, Linda, I still can't hear you. I don't know what the deal is. Let me change something. Oh, darn it, Linda. You're my only guest that's audio isn't working. I don't know what's going on. Do you think it's on your end? Let's see here.
Yes.
Oh, there
Now
you are.
Yay.
Oh, Linda, awesome. I can hear you. You sound beautiful.
Oh, well, I'm glad to get to have the audio going. It's hard to do a radio interview without that.
It's our best friend when it works well, and it's our worst enemy when it doesn't work well, okay?
You're right. You're right.
Well,
Yeah,
Dr. Linda Ganaway, is that how I pronounce your last name?
that's correct.
Well, I've been wanting to chat with you, and I've been telling the viewers and listeners how excited I am because I have a really big problem with procrastination, and I don't know why, and I don't know what to do about it. And so when I heard about your book and Stop Procrastinating and the Power of Life Lessons, I was like, is she talking to me?
Well, let me tell you, I have been the world's worst procrastinator in earlier parts of my life. So, one of the things that I wanted to do when I wrote this book was to figure it out for me because I was so tired, disappointed in myself, and I couldn't figure out why. Get this, I almost lost a job over this. So it was serious, man. And I knew I needed to get to the bottom of it. And so I went on a 5-year search. Seriously,
Wow.
had my nose in the research for 5 years and I figured it out. I cracked the code. And now I'm like this evangelist. I'm on this mission. It's like, I can't wait to tell other people how to get it done.
Hallelujah. I'm
So,
here. I'm here for it.
yeah, yeah. So now, let me just give you this right off the top. The research shows that non-procrastinators are happier, healthier, and wealthier. So if you need any incentive to figure this out, you know, I'm living proof. I'm seriously, I'm living proof. And so I have to try to kind of curb my enthusiasm. But I'm
Well,
pretty passionate about this.
obviously you let the cat out of the bag in the book, and the book is really important to read if you are a procrastinator, you want some of this really
Yeah.
detailed information. But do you address the concept of people always saying, because I do all the time, Doc, I say we are procrastinators by nature.
Yes. Yes. There's a part of our brain that is impulsive. Okay. And that doesn't want to feel uncomfortable, doesn't want to feel frustration, dread, anxiety, none of that. And so we become impulsively do something besides what we were doing in that moment. So, yes, you're right. But what also the research shows is that when people understand why they procrastinate, it makes it easier for them to overcome it. So I go into the whys in my book and I talk about the parts of the brain and I say, please do not lay a guilt trip on yourself. That's going to make it worse. And we procrastinators, we're terrible. We are so mean to ourselves. We call ourselves lazy and unmotivated and undisciplined, and it doesn't help. So get this, guilt doesn't help. Okay. But being nice to yourself and trying to figure out what techniques are going to work for you is really the way to go.
And with your research, you said for 5 years, what was something fascinating or interesting you just didn't think that you would have found out or learned in that 5 year time?
Okay, what I didn't think I would learn was that we now know which parts of the brain make us want to procrastinate and which parts can help prevent. And that means we can work with our brains to overcome this problem that we've had. And not only that, but make up for lost time. My productivity has skyrocketed. It's just astounding. It's so much fun to live this way, but I still have to be mindful. Okay, so here's the deal, I call myself a recovering procrastinator.
I love it.
Okay. And what that means to me is that I still procrastinate sometimes. Okay, but I have tons of techniques that I can use so I don't stay there for very long. So what happens is I still get stuck, and it's because of that part of my brain that, is always going to have that tendency, but I don't stay stuck. And not only that, but I still achieve my goals, and that's huge for me. That's huge for me, and it is. So, yeah, have
Well,
hope.
yes,
Have hope.
I have a little now that I've talked to you. I hope to have more once I actually get to a chance to get your book. Where can I find your book at?
Okay, it's on Amazon, and I've got a link on my website, but it takes you straight to Amazon. So I just say go there
Yeah.
and out or just get a Kindle and
Yep.
yeah, it's real easy to get this information. But I tell you, I have looked around the book I found on procrastination because it brings in the brain science. I was a psych major and I went ahead to get my doctorate in counseling. And so I knew the psych piece. So I add the psych piece in the book, but I didn't know the research to figure out and then, give it experiment, figure out my own issues. I didn't want to write this book when I was still really stuck. So I had to figure it out for me before I could, really explain it and then offer it to others.
That makes sense too. And again, you want to look for finally stop procrastinating and the power of life lessons. Well, let's go back, Doc, real quick to something you mentioned about, as a person, naturally, we don't want to get out of our comfort zone. We don't want to feel anxiety. We don't want to feel stress. But procrastinating causes all of that.
Right. Right.
And
Well, here's the deal. It's a timing issue. We usually don't want to do something because it causes bad feelings. It makes us feel inadequate because we don't know how to do it. Or maybe it's just a boring task. Or maybe we know it's going to come with frustration because we're going to have to figure it out. Or maybe it's so routine that we could do it in our sleep, but we just don't want to. I mean, I talked to one person that I mentioned in the book who said, for whatever reason, unloading the dishwasher was just impossible for her. And so, what she used and what I promote in the book is gratitude. She said, I'm so fortunate I have a dishwasher. I'm so fortunate I have clean water anytime I want it. I'm so fortunate I have the physical ability to unload the dishwasher. And when she taps into that gratitude, she can get it done right away. Okay, so these are different kinds of techniques that you can use, but we have to understand that part of the brain is always up because you're right. We don't want to get out of that comfort zone. And so what do? We postpone it and we end up feeling worse later on.
yep.
So it's this kind of immediate gratification. Think of it as like a little kid in your brain, like an inner child that wants immediate gratification, wants to feel good now, always likes what's fun and easy. Okay. So it needs an adult around to keep it focused on healthy activities and to keep it within a zone of reasonable cooperation so that the two parts of the brain can work together. That's the point, to have the two parts of the brain work together. So an inner child and an inner adult. And it's like this classic, power struggle.
Are you talking to a lot of folks, obviously, with the book being out? Are you going to present at places just to try to help as many people as you can?
What I'm doing right now is mostly online. And so I'm doing podcasts and really enjoying that.
Good.
Yeah. I'm in radio programs like yours
Yeah, yeah.
because that's the way I can get a great audience, and
Mhm.
spread the word at a much larger level. But what I'm really excited about, and I've been working on it for literally years, is doing a TEDx talk.
Oh,
So,
yay.
yes, I've given a practice talk. I'm just about ready to start applying, but they're very, very competitive.
They are.
Um, the A person has to apply an average of 86 times to get accepted.
Holy
So
cow.
it's a pretty grueling process. I'm working with a coaching company and they're helping me a lot. So I'm kind of shortening that path to the goal. But That's my biggest goal right now, is to get the TEDx talk out, and that's the most efficient way I know how to do marketing.
Yeah. No, I mean, they have a they have such a big following, that that's an amazing place to be able to do that. And I have a lot of confidence in you, Dr. Linda Ganaway, that you're gonna make it on that TEDx, the TED Talks.
Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. It's intimidating, and
Yeah.
it's incredibly exciting. So I'm working working really hard to get it done and do a good job, and spread this idea we're spreading, because I'm such a believer now.
So where are you based out of?
I'm in California.
Okay, where at in
Um,
Cali?
okay, so it's kind of in between San Francisco and LA. It's a town called city called Fresno, California, and I moved here to get a job at a state university where I worked for many, many years. And what was cool was that I got to teach on the weekends, whatever I wanted. And so in those classes, I was able to field test the material that I later put into each of my books, because I had all these students and they would give me all this feedback about what worked, what didn't, what helped them. And so I was just incredibly fortunate. And I taught a freshman orientation class that had a section on procrastination. Okay, so I literally worked with thousands of university students and taught them these classes. And then they taught me, where people likely get stuck when I give them the normal time management goal setting, information. Some of them did just fine, and some of them just stayed completely almost like paralyzed with not being able to get their goals done. So I was fortunate to have those experiences, because they really helped me understand the the difficulty that some people have. That's why I had to go into brain research.
That makes sense. Um, what do you like to do in your spare time for fun?
Well, yeah, for fun. Well, it is fun. It's very rewarding. Is that I rescue animals.
Oh, yay, me
Uh,
too.
really?
Probably not
Okay.
as much as you, but I do from time to time.
Well, I used to devote a lot more time to it. And then one day I kind of got this intuitive message. It's like, okay, you know what? You need to cut back. It's mostly cats. It's just, they
Oh,
overrun every
yeah.
place. And so I got this message that I needed to cut back on all of that. Plus, it can get expensive,
Mm.
when you do the trap, neuter, release and all of that. So, and it's time in your life to turn your attention to rescuing people.
Oh, I like that.
This is the way you're supposed to do it, is to help them get unstuck, because you know how miserable a life like that can be.
I'm
And it can be crippling. It's just, and now I know it's not necessary. Now I know that even the most die-hard procrastinators can find techniques that are going to help them achieve their goals.
I need to read that book, sister friend. I'm telling you what, I've been sitting here thinking to myself personally that I have a lot of stuff going on and nobody I know would ever call me lazy or that I don't work hard. But to myself, sometimes I feel like I'm lazy or I don't work hard. And that's because I'm procrastinating and leaving things to like one day. And then I get overwhelmed and stressed.
Yep. Yep.
And my fiance is a procrastinator. I don't know what, neither one of us can help each other because we're both procrastinators. And then we make each other procrastinate, which is a terrible cycle, right?
Yeah. Yeah. It's difficult when you introduce that into any kind of relationship. Um, I've experienced this with friends, both me procrastinating and them procrastinating, and it drives me crazy. You know what's weird is that the research shows that let's say it's a work situation, and if you see a coworker procrastinating, any of us, most of us, the research shows that we will be pretty harsh in our judgment. Really? And it's like, and we're probably doing the same
Oh,
thing.
I'm the
And
worst.
yes, yes. Okay, well, let me tell you this, Shireen. You may be also overcommitting. There's
Yes.
a difference. Okay, so first thing I ask people that I work with, because I do coaching, life coaching, success coaching. First thing I ask people is, tell me what's on your plate. What are your responsibilities right now? And they go on and on and on. And it's holy smokes, there's no way anybody can get all that done. So if it's overcommitment, it may look exactly like procrastination, but it's not. And it has a different solution. Okay. So if you're overcommitted, you need to cut back. That's it.
Yep.
Or prioritize or something, take some things off your plate. If you're procrastinating, that's a different issue. And you need to get into my book
I feel like it's
because
both.
it probably is.
Hmm.
It probably is. And if you have a lot of energy and you're ambitious and you like to get things done, it can make it worse
Hmm.
because you will be doing both and you won't be able to separate them out. And then you'll end up stuck.
Oh man. So how do people get hire you as a coach or life coach? They just go to lindaganaway.com?
That's right.
Okay. I
I
like
love
this.
to do coaching. I was a counselor for a billion years at a university in a university counseling center, and I got to kind of break it down way down so that I could understand what people were thinking, what they were doing, how their behavior was changing or not. And so besides the classes, I got the one-on-one, and then I had my own, micro lab because I was watching my own behavior, figuring out my own patterns. And that's what's cool is that in my book, I get to talk about procrastination and the techniques for how to stop from the inside out. And most books don't do that. They'll just give you mostly just like time management, goal setting techniques and say, do this, this, and this. Well, a lot of procrastinators, they can't just go out and change their behavior. We've been trying to do that for years.
Yeah.
We're still stuck.
Yeah.
So that kind of book, I knew that kind of book was not going to be helpful to me. Maybe a few tips here and there, but or to the people I wanted to reach. So
Well, I
that's
feel
why I went so in depth.
yeah, I feel like procrastination too is something that folks may not realize they're doing, but um Linda, procrastination is a habit, correct?
Yes.
And habits
Yes.
are extremely hard to make and break, correct?
Not so much to make.
So
I
making
mean, making a habit, there's some research that says it takes 66 days. I've made a habit with 1 day. You have to be careful what you buy into.
okay.
Some habits, if let's say I want to start taking a new vitamin supplement. Okay. Sometimes all I have to do is leave that out on my kitchen counter. And it's my reminder every morning, and I take it at a certain time. It's called stacking. I take it at a certain time. I stack it on top of another thing that I do habitually.
Okay.
See what I mean? And
Yeah.
I can do it in 1 day. Okay. There's certain things that I know many of us have been working years to try to start or stop certain habits. And so yes, it really depends. It depends on the difficulty of the habit. It depends on your intention. It depends on your overall energy to take on something new. I see a lot of people try to take on goals or habits, and they're already overwhelmed in their lives. It's not a good time. It's just
Right.
not a good time. Like most of us, New Year's resolutions, it's not a good time. We're just pooped from the holidays.
Right.
So timing is important, but that doesn't mean you can't introduce it into your life and start working toward it. So yeah, they're hard to make, hard to break. Sometimes, let me add that qualifier. Sometimes.
Well, if you're just tuning in, Dr. Linda Ganaway is joining us. She has a great book, Finally Stop Procrastinating and the Power of Life Lessons. She's also a speaker, consultant. She's a life and success coach too. So find more with her, Linda. LindaGanaway.com, easy to find online. You can reach out to her. I think my favorite part, doctor, that you mentioned about was looking at things with gratitude. I have found that has helped me, and it hasn't changed my procrastination. Don't let me fool you. But I have, and it's kind of because I know this is a little weird, but I have a friend who's kind of more like a sister. I don't know if I'd be friends with her in real life, but she's more like a sister, but she's exceedingly negative about things. And I have found that I have changed every way that I approach her with being positive and like 100%, like almost so positive you would be like, that's annoying. But it has changed the way I kind of perceive things just by having to do that for her.
Yeah. Well, good for you that you recognize those patterns and that you're trying to address those, constructively.
Hmm.
Um, and I know a lot of people who they just have this real negative mindset, and it's a bummer to be around them. They drain your energy.
Hmm.
And at the same time, I mean, I had to work with a billion different personality types when I was on campus, and some of them were really dysfunctional. I mean, seriously, clinically dysfunctional. And so I had to make decisions about how I was going to be instrumental in having us have a very adult, constructive, productive relationship. And you're right, when you're working with other people who have those traits, it helps you. It helps you certainly as much or more than them. However, I'm just going to say, and I'm sure you probably found this as well. It's tough to change a procrastinator.
Yeah, I know. I'm like, I don't know if I'm gonna. I would like to get you back on the show when you get your TED Talk linked up and stuff. Can you put us on a list to reach back out if you get that? And maybe we can touch base, and then maybe I can tell you if I have any success in attempting to not be a procrastinator, thanks to you.
Well, I'm going to wish you well right now that this book will be helpful, and yes, for sure. Have me back. I have a way to contact you. I don't know when the TED situation
Sure.
will,
Hmm.
it's hard to say. I'm hoping that I'll have a better chance of getting accepted. You got to start with, is anybody going to even want you around the world? And I want to stay in the US.
Hmm.
Okay. So, I'm hoping that because mine is science based and because I have a university background, that I'll have a better shot at it. So I don't know, a
Cross your
lot of
fingers.
hopes and
Yep.
prayers.
Hmm.
it's
Definitely.
pretty, it's pretty humbling. I'll tell you, it's like, oh man, put your name in the hat and
Yep.
see what happens.
Good for you stepping out of your comfort zone, and good for you
For
trying to
sure.
help as many
For
people
sure.
as you can. All right, Dr. Linda Ganaway, lindaganaway.com. Make sure you find her amazing book. Also, reach out if you're a procrastinator like I am and find out how some of these things can really change our lives. Doc, we'll get you back on the show, okay?
Very good. Thank you
See
so
ya.
much.
Bye-bye. That was nice having Dr. Linda Ganaway on. It just reminds me, I really am a procrastinator and I don't want to do it. And I don't procrastinate. She made me realize that half of it is I'm just over exerting myself and have way too many things on my list. But the other half is I'm a procrastinator and I need to figure all of that out. So thanks for tuning in. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. I'm filling in for Jake.
From Yellowstone to Devil's Tower, the Bighorn Mountains to the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, will crow about Crowheart, and yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Canada, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Year after year, we continue to serve new neighbors across our state.
For over 40 years, our trust and wealth management services have grown our roots in Casper.
And now we're excited to have offices in 3 Wyoming cities.
We're here to help you achieve your financial goals
and provide the kind of service that you expect from a Wyoming business.
Because at Hilltop Bank, community means Wyoming.
Welcome to Wednesday, Hump Day Wednesday, March 26, 2025. This weather update brought to you by ConverseCountyTourism.com. Feel the energy of Converse County. Explore Douglas's Railroad Heritage, Ayers Natural Bridge, and the Jackalope Legend. Glen Rock boasts scenic trails, dinosaur history, and small town charm. Plan your visit at ConverseCountyTourism.com. Going to be a gorgeous spring day. Today and tomorrow going to be really hard to beat with the longer daylight hours, that higher sun angle, the warmer temperatures, the lighter winds. Really take advantage of today and tomorrow. Get outside if you can. This high pressure ridge will be robust through tomorrow. A little bit of moisture, though, sneaks in, and don't be surprised if tomorrow afternoon and evening, and especially Friday, there's some afternoon showers and isolated thunderstorms in a few areas. It'll really look and feel like spring as you see that cloud buildup. Then that large Pacific storm begins to push energy and moisture eastward into the Rockies and High Plains this weekend. At the same time, there's a push of colder Canadian air coming out of Western Canada along the east slopes of the Rockies and into the plains. We want to give a heads up to livestock interests. Anyone in calving and lambing operations, cooler, wet weather is coming this weekend. Places that are going to be 60s, 70s, and even low 80s. Today, tomorrow, and Friday could get snowed on before the weekend's over. And not only is it this weekend that stock growers need to monitor, stock growers monitor next week's weather as well, as there's a lot on the table for next week. And that'll be something that we'll need to keep track of. Beautiful shots all across the western United States. We've just beautiful cloud photos to show you. Here, one from New Mexico to Cheyenne to Edgemont, South Dakota, all across this region. The clouds have been really putting on a show. Look at that beautiful lenticular there near Atlantic City. Now, I want to show you a very special cloud, a very rare cloud type, and a great shot here by another Jan. This is a cloud pattern that you just don't see very often. Now, don't worry, we're going to zoom in and have another perspective here, but you can notice this line of clouds that we see here low on the horizon. You can see the name of the cloud here, and sometimes we'll show these Kelvin-Helmholtz wave clouds. That will show up occasionally. But look at the texture. Look at you can see all the moisture in the air as you have breaking waves from the Kelvin-Helmholtz function as the waves form there off the mountains and put that cloud together. You don't get a sight like this. Great shot there, Jan, from up in Buffalo. But that's why it pays to look up and observe the clouds and see features like this. When the terrain interacts with the atmosphere, we tend to just get a lot of variety and shapes and structure and colors with our clouds. The satellite photo and the surface map, not very active. The surface map not showing much going on across the United States right now. And the advisories from the National Weather Service are pretty meager as well. We are going to see some heavy rain in South Texas for some thunderstorm activity. That's a real sign of spring. Moisture coming up out of the Gulf and Mexico this time of year, starting to bring rain chances down there. We start to see some advisories off the west coast here for that approaching storm. Boy, and there it is. Now, let's concentrate first on what we've got going on right here. We have a little bit of wave cloud action coming off the northern Rockies of Montana and along the east slopes of the Absarokas there near Cody down to Meeteetse. A little bit of wave action there, some lenticulars, but a lot of the western United States under this nice area of high pressure. So this is the weather we're going to have today and tomorrow, but you can see the very well-formed curl of this storm. And you see this, I show you this occasionally, the speckled clouds, cold, moist air over the Pacific. And see this air mass right here? This air mass right here is what gets catapulted eastward towards the west coast as we get into Friday, then into the upcoming weekend. So there we have the 500 millibar chart showing that upper level low off the west coast, the high pressure over the Rockies. And then by Friday, so today, by Friday, you can see the high pressure is gone, and you can see part of that storm gets ejected inland. And then we have more back here behind it. Also notice up here in Canada, there's a low up here near Hudson Bay that is going to send a shot of colder air down the counterclockwise spin right here. This is important because these two systems, this one and this one up here, are going to work together. A lot of times, it's the working together of different weather elements that can create a weather event. It may not just be one system coming through, but a couple of systems working together. And this is exactly what's going to transpire this weekend. Colder Canadian air comes in from the north. At the same time, moist, energetic air comes off the west coast into the western United States. Now, between now and Friday afternoon, the precipitation forecast looks like this. The approaching low off the west coast, that moisture gets thrown up into Canada there for some snow up there with the colder weather. And then this speckled nature of the precipitation is this basically those afternoon showers and isolated thunderstorms. There's your heavier rain down there in South Texas. So this gets us through Friday. And you can see, as we showed you yesterday, this is for Thursday afternoon. Some isolated showers and thunderstorms developing, more widespread there in Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas, even southern areas of New Mexico. And this is for Friday. Now, the thunderstorms aren't as widespread, but back here you can see a little bit of activity, which indicates a very moist, unstable atmosphere coming in Friday afternoon and evening. So this is the warm, moist, unstable air mass that's getting pushed in late tomorrow and into Friday. By the time we get into late Saturday, we actually have two waves. This wave comes in Friday night and Saturday morning. That wave will produce rain and snow, but probably more rain as it comes through overnight Friday into Saturday morning. Here's that push of cold air right here in Canada, and here's the stronger piece that comes in Saturday afternoon, Saturday night into Sunday morning. It doesn't look very terribly impressive when you look at this on the whole, but when you put the two systems together, we're going to get upslope along and east of the divide. By noon Saturday, we have a broad area of low pressure that extends from Utah here into Kansas. We have the high pressure with the colder air up here in Canada. So if we draw the wind circulation around the highs have wind circulation that are clockwise as the cold air gets pushed in from Canada. The low has counterclockwise circulation, and there they work together. So colder air is associated with this high coming out of Canada. Then the upslope helps draw moisture from the plains like this. So you can see where the lines of pressure are more oriented in a general way from the east to the west. This is by noon Saturday. Look at this. By Saturday afternoon, a very well-developed upslope develops. Now, this is something that has been missing, really. Now, this with a few exceptions. Now, in the month of March, we've had a couple of upslope events, and that has led finally to some precipitation being more widespread. But this is two weather systems merging, and then by Saturday night into Sunday morning, we still have upslope persisting, coming on in as the cold air settles in, as the low begins to move out to the plain some more. So basically, from Saturday afternoon through Sunday evening and early Sunday night, we've got upslope along and east of the divide. We also have a lot of instability. This could be an area of showers and thunderstorms along the Colorado Front Range into southern Wyoming during the afternoon and evening hours of Saturday. This is classic spring weather. Then when we put it all together, you can see where the upslope is working. So we really hope what we see here transpires in some form or fashion. Again, take this with a little bit of a grain of salt, but we're getting a persistent opportunity here that we see in the modeling because of the upslope for Nebraska, a lot of Wyoming, northeastern Colorado, maybe parts of South Dakota here. I know you folks in North Dakota need moisture. I think that's coming for you next week. But this area right here, which really, really needs moisture, has got a really good chance of getting some rain. And some of it's going to be snow. Notice the upslope here into the Wind Rivers. upslope into northern Colorado, along and near the Laramie Range Mountains, Casper Mountain area, then out into the northeastern plains and throughout the Panhandle. There's your snow. Now it's going to be a wet snow. At least when we get out into the plains, it's going to be wet snow sticking to the grassy areas and the cold surfaces. As you get up into the higher elevations, you're going to need to watch travel concerns in Wyoming this weekend as you get up a little bit higher. So that gets us through the weekend. And then next week, things get busy. We've got another wave that comes in late Tuesday into Wednesday of next week, producing rain and snow again. And then look at this. This is another system that comes in right behind this one. So we've got two storm systems to deal with next week that are going to be energetic, cold, and moist. And there it is. By next Saturday, we've got a deep storm coming into northern Utah through Idaho. So we'll just have to take it one system at a time. That's why you want to take advantage of the nice weather we've got going on now. Have yourself a great Wednesday. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right. I'm Shireen filling in for Jake, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. That does it for me today. I was trying to get my dog on, but Bridger, come here. Bridgie. He's not super camera friendly, just so you know. He actually literally hates photos. This dog. If you get a camera out, he looks away. So I had to get a little treat attachment to my phone so that he would actually get photos. But that does it for us. I'm Shireen. My dog Bridger's here. Eddie, my other dog, is gone. But I hope you have a